Chapter 696. Especially in the first row, after the Dionia soldiers broke through the enemy's shield with the force of the charge, the spear in their right hand stabbed out like lightning. The Rome soldiers dodged the stab, but another spear came from the side. Due to the disparity in numbers, the young soldiers of Rome often faced a dangerous situation of 1 versus 2. Therefore, although they fought bravely, the casualties were gradually increasing, and the formation was constantly retreating. At the same time, there were constant screams in the formation. Most of them came from the wounded soldiers who were hit by the javelins and lying on the ground. They were trampled many times by their retreating Rome teammates. Their screams gradually became silent, which added to the panic in the hearts of the young soldiers. Camillus, who was riding at the rear of the middle line, looked at the front line that was constantly retreating. He frowned and quickly made a judgment. Not only the middle line, but also the left and right flanks. The javelin attack of the Dionia soldiers at the beginning, as well as the swift and violent charge at the right time, caused the brave but not calm young soldiers to panic. Blow the bugle immediately and change the formation. Camillus gave the order without hesitation. Out of trust in their commander, the trumpeters blew the curved bronze bugle without hesitation. It was Lucius who was next to him, who raised a question to his father. Although the front line of the soldiers is unstable now, they are still fighting tenaciously. If we let them retreat at this time, it will easily increase their casualties. Why don't we change the formation after the battle has stabilized a little? If we issue the order later, the loss will only be greater. Camillus's face showed a little self-blame. I didn't expect to encounter the Dionysian army in Wolsey. I should have learned more about their combat characteristics in detail beforehand. Lucius wanted to comfort him by saying, even if you want to know, no one in Rome knows. But looking at the serious expression on Camillus's face, he did not say it out loud. Hearing the bugle, the Roman veteran platoons in the third line began to move forward. When they were about to come into contact with the gap between the adult veteran platoons in the second line, they did not immediately squeeze in and join together to form a complete new line. Instead, they stopped and let the gap that was big enough to fit a platoon's formation remain. Upon hearing the repeated blasts of the bugle, the young Rome soldiers who were struggling to resist the Dionia's attack heaved a sigh of relief. However, under the reminders of the platoon leaders and officers, they still had to work hard to support the front line while retreating slowly. However, under the pressure of the Dionia soldiers' attack, some of the Rome soldiers began to collapse. However, the platoon in the second line was not far behind them. Soon, the two sides clashed. With the middle-aged soldiers at the back supporting them, the young soldiers at the front at least had some confidence. The young soldiers who did not have the support of the platoon at the back sped up and retreated into the gap. Then, they slipped away through the gap on both sides of the veteran platoon. The Dionia soldiers who had been fighting face-to-face would also squeeze into this gap. They would then face the situation of being surrounded on 3 sides. Of course, the young soldiers and the middle-aged soldiers who had not retreated would also face the same situation. Therefore, the lines of the 2 sides were intertwined like a dog's teeth, tightly biting each other. But as the middle-aged soldier platoons continued to retreat, the young soldiers would eventually completely retreat to the rear, and the middle-aged soldiers and veteran platoons would eventually form a new formation. Amyntas, who was also at the rear of the Dionia army's middle line, had learned from the cavalry patrolling the periphery of the Rome army that the Rome soldiers were changing their formation. He had been leading troops to fight in Dionia for more than 10 years. In the face of the Rome army with similar tactics, how could he not understand what the Rome people were going to do next? Legion commander, we should blow the bugle and let the 4th, 5th, and 6th brigades move forward. While Amyntas was still thinking, Printos suggested. Amyntas hesitated for a moment. He understood why Printos made this suggestion. He must have considered that the Dionia soldiers at the front line had the upper hand in the offensive. If they could continue to strengthen their offensive, it would not be easy for the Rome soldiers to change their formation. On the contrary, it would cause more casualties because of the chaos. But, judging from the current situation, the frontline soldiers were not able to do it. This might be because the wave of rapid attacks just now, had exhausted the extra physical strength of the frontline soldiers. Otherwise, according to the previous combat characteristics of the First Legion, they would have seized the opportunity to attack the enemy fiercely at this time, causing the enemy's frontline soldiers to retreat and collapse. But now, the attacking speed of the Rome soldiers was constantly decreasing. Amyntas stared at the situation in front of him. He knew in his heart that once the Rome soldiers changed their formation, the physically exhausted soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Brigades would be at a disadvantage against the new formation of the Rome soldiers. Although he longed for the soldiers to be able to kill the enemy bravely, he did not want them to encounter difficulties and affect the outcome of the battle. So, he finally accepted Printo's suggestion. The Daionia bugle sounded. When the officers and soldiers of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Brigades heard the order, they were not surprised because they had seen the performance of their comrades in the front line. The officers and soldiers who were fighting breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them were so tired that they could not even breathe evenly. Fortunately, the enemy had been retreating. Otherwise, some of the soldiers would have fallen to the ground because of the weakness in their legs. So, the panicked young Rome soldiers saw a strange scene. The enemy who was chasing them suddenly began to retreat. When Camillus heard from the scout that the enemy was also retreating and changing their formation, he did not feel lucky that he had escaped. The calmness of the Daionia general and the determination of his soldiers to carry out the order made him frown deeply. At this time, the battle line between the two sides had opened up to a distance of nearly 20 meters. The battlefield that was filled with the sound of killing just now had become a little quiet. There were only dead bodies lying in the middle of the open space and a few wounded soldiers groaning on the ground. Most of them were Rome soldiers. However, the young and old soldiers of Rome not far away from them were holding their weapons and staring at the enemy in front of them. No one went to help the wounded soldiers. Camillus understood that the Daionia soldiers could afford to waste time, but his army could not. So, he ordered again, "Step up the attack." While the platoon jarls were shouting, the new Rome soldiers were more cautious. They covered their upper bodies with long shields and moved forward steadily. Obviously, the previous javelin attack had taught them a lesson. But in fact, the 4th, 5th, and 6th Brigades of Daionia, who had already thrown out all their javelins, were a little amused when they saw their opponents being so cautious. But when the two armies approached each other and started fighting again, the Daionia soldiers could no longer laugh. The Rome soldiers were skilled in the combination of shields and spears. Their spears were accurate and ruthless, and their coordination with the shield formation was also very tacit. Their overall combat power was not weaker than the Legion of Dionysia. This really surprised the Daionia officers on the battlefield. If the Daionia soldiers knew about Rome, they would know that these new Rome soldiers had served for more than 8 years and had participated in many foreign battles. Many of them had even received the civic crown. The civic crown was a recognition given by the Senate of Rome to the citizens of Rome who had performed bravely in many battles. In public, all the citizens of Rome, including the senators, would show respect to the citizens who wore the civic crown. Even the citizens' fathers would be treated with courtesy. It was an honor, and there was no material reward. However, the citizens of Rome held it in high esteem and wanted to have it. It could be seen that the people of Rome were also a race that valued military virtue and martial spirit. For a time, the frontline soldiers of both sides were in a stalemate in the fierce battle. Of course, Camillus would not be satisfied with just maintaining a stalemate with the Daionia soldiers in the front line. He must seize the time to defeat the enemy. So he ordered the 12 Rome squadrons, which included 10 squadrons of youth soldiers and 2 squadrons of adult soldiers, to split into 2 groups and bypass the frontline formation on both sides to attack the enemy's flanks. After giving the order, Camillus turned around and asked, "Is the casualty count out?" About more than 400 citizens were injured or killed. Lucius could not help but shiver in his heart when he reported. The initial battle did not last long, but in this short period of nearly 20 minutes, they had lost 4 squadrons. This had never happened in the last 10 years of war. At this time, although Camillus was also heartbroken, the order he gave was very firm. Let the retreating squadrons immediately regroup and wait for my order before attacking the enemy. The humiliation they suffered before must be washed away with victory. At the same time, Amyntas was also asking his adjutant, "What's the situation on the Vorsi side?" Aristos glanced at the record board and said, "The messenger reported that they have already regrouped and set off. Satya has sent out 1,000 soldiers, and Pelevernham has sent out 7,000, and they are rushing here." Amyntas was relieved and continued to pay attention to the situation in front of him. At this time, a scout galloped over. "Report, Commander. The enemy has sent out more than 700 heavy infantry, and they are circling behind our left flank." As soon as the voice trailed off, another scout galloped over. "Report, Commander. There are 700 to 800 enemy heavy infantry on our right flank." Amyntas' expression changed slightly. He did not hesitate and said loudly, "Let the first platoon rush to protect the left flank. The second platoon protect the right flank. The third platoon." Chapter 697. Amyntas paused for a moment, and Printos reminded him in time, "Don't forget about the Rome soldiers who have just retreated." Aristos, the adjutant, said with slight disdain, "Do those defeated soldiers still have the courage to fight? Don't underestimate the enemy." Although that was what he said, Amyntas did not think that the defeated Rome soldiers could regroup so quickly, but he was still cautious. Let the third platoon be in the middle. After giving the order, he looked back at the soldiers of the 8th platoon, who were resting not far behind him. It would be great if they were also heavy infantry. At this time, Amyntas actually had such a thought in his mind, which showed the psychological pressure caused by the Rome soldiers' attack. Immediately send someone to urge the Vorsi soldiers to speed up. Amyntas was no longer in a relaxed mood. After Stephos led the company to retreat from the front line, they basically maintained the original formation, but most of the soldiers were sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. As soon as the soldiers recovered a little, Captain Tessus ordered, "Brothers of the 1st platoon, according to the current formation order, immediately turn to the left and face the incoming enemy." While cursing, the soldiers propped up their sore and swollen legs with their spears and picked up their long shields that were already feeling heavy. Under the command of the company captain Stephos and the division leader, they followed the other soldiers of the company and spun the formation of the entire 1st Battalion to the left before marching forward with large strides. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the left flank, the soldiers saw that the Rome soldiers were not far from them. When the Rome soldiers saw that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, they did not stop to regroup. Instead, they lined up in a large phalanx to fight. Instead, they formed small phalanxes and charged at the formation of the 1st platoon of the Dionia. This kind of offensive method that was often seen in the Legion of Dionysius training was actually used by the enemy. Stephos felt that it was ridiculous and nervous. Shield formation. He gave the order because he had no other choice. His soldiers were already exhausted and did not have the strength to launch a charge to counteract the opponent's charge. At the same time, the Dionia soldiers at the front line raised their shields with their left arms and steadied themselves in a horse stance. The squad leaders were also reminding them loudly, "Change to your short swords." He switched to a short sword. When his soldiers were tired and their muscles were sore, using a stinger would not only reduce the accuracy of their stabs, but it would also cause the stinger to slip backward when the opponent collided fiercely, scratching the palms of the soldiers and affecting the use of the weapon. On the other hand, short swords were easier to control, especially when the enemy wanted to use their strength to close in and crush them. This was the experience summed up in countless battles, which was compiled into the military law by the Dionian Ministry of Military Affairs, so the team officers could use it in a timely manner. The 6 Rome platoons were all made up of young soldiers. They ran with strength and roared like thunder. In fact, most of the soldiers of the 1st Legion were 25 or 26 years old, which was also the period of peak physical strength in their lives. It was just that they had not rested much since they set off from Cels in the morning and had consumed too much physical strength. Naturally, they could not compare with the opponent now. The Rome platoons hit the Dionia's shield formation one after another. It was like a boulder bombarding the city wall, causing the shield formation to sink one after another. The Rome soldiers used the strong momentum of the charge to break the opponent's shield formation and stab the enemy, who staggered back with the spears in their hands. The Dionia soldiers used all their strength to resist the enemy's charge first, and then slowly retreated with the soldiers at the back to ease the opponent's strong offensive. While protecting their whole body with a long shield, the short sword in their right hand stabbed out from the gap from time to time, killing and injuring the enemy who dared to approach and attack fiercely. The Rome soldiers attacked fiercely. When the soldiers at the front were stabbed down, the soldiers at the back stepped over the wounded and continued to attack. The Dionia soldiers were also tenacious in defense, constantly stepping forward to fill the gap, trying to maintain the integrity of the front line of defense. The battle had entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. At this time, Amyntas received another piece of bad news from the scout. Reporting to the commander, there are more than 2,000 Rome heavy infantry moving quickly to our right flank. Hearing this news, Amyntas's face was very ugly. The Rome soldiers still have so many troops. Did they regroup the defeated soldiers so quickly? Tom did not allow him to think anymore. He looked back at the light armored soldiers who were still resting and ordered, "Let the 3rd Battalion quickly rush to the right flank to organize the defense. After receiving the enemy, let the 8th Battalion quickly circle around the enemy's flank and attack from both sides." "Commander," Printos reminded him, "since the tactics of the Rome soldiers are similar to ours, I am afraid they will not be afraid of being attacked from the flank. On the contrary, when the enemy's morale is high, let the light armored soldiers fight with the heavy infantry. I am afraid they will not be able to defeat the enemy. We're not going to defeat the enemy now, but to defend and delay time." Printo's reminder made Amyntas ponder for a while. Indeed, since the Rome soldiers fight with a platoon of more than 100 soldiers, when the light armored soldiers move to the rear of their formation, the platoon at the back only needs to turn around flexibly, and they can fight face-to-face soon. He changed his order. Let the 3rd Battalion reduce the thickness of the formation, extend the length of the formation, and completely block the enemy's attack. Let the 8th Battalion rush to the rear of the 3rd Battalion and increase the thickness of the entire formation to resist the enemy's attack. Yes, the messenger ran away. At this time, Amyntas was no longer as calm as before, and so was Printos. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Leds hesitated and said, "Well, do you want my cavalry to attack the enemy from the flank to relieve some pressure for the 1st Legion?" Amyntas' eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. "Thank you, Leds. My 1st Legion can resist the enemy's attack. Let your cavalry have a good rest. I don't want to wait for the enemy to retreat, and the cavalry can't chase after them because of exhaustion." Okay. Although Leds looked regretful, Amyntas' words made him feel relieved. "Send the messengers to urge the Walsi to hurry up." Then, Amyntas' impatient words made everyone around him understand that the Legion commander was not as confident as he said. In fact, Camillus did not send all the heavy infantry out. He left 3 new platoons at the rear to protect the light infantry and cavalry from being attacked by the enemy's cavalry. Although the light infantry of the Roman allies outnumbered the Dionia light infantry, they did not dare to attack the Dionia light infantry because they were afraid of the stone throwers. In fact, the Dionia stone throwers were running out of lead pellets, but they were ready to attack at any time, so the two sides were in a stalemate. Camillus paid close attention to the progress of the battle in front of him. The new front line formed by the old soldiers and the young soldiers not only blocked the enemy's attack, but also began to force the enemy to retreat. But their advance was very slow, which did not satisfy Camillus. He knew very well that the Dionia heavy infantry had fewer soldiers than them, and after a long march, their physical strength was not as good as theirs. Yet, after defeating his first line, they could still maintain a stalemate with the second line of soldiers, which was more powerful. This surprised him. Therefore, in order to defeat the enemy as soon as possible, Camillus did not keep the third line of reserves. He threw almost all of them into attacking the enemy's flank. Now that all the available measures had been used up and all the available troops were pressed forward, All he could do was wait anxiously and pray to God. Patroclus, who was at the rear of the 6th Legion, was also surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a difficult enemy since he joined the army. These Roman soldiers used continuous shield attacks and stabs to consume the physical strength of the Dionia soldiers, but they rarely used brute force to crash into the shield formation to avoid going too deep into the enemy's line. Therefore, they could basically maintain a relatively continuous line of attack. In such a situation, it was difficult for the Dionia soldiers to exert the power of their daggers, because taking the initiative to get close to the enemy would undoubtedly consume more of their exhausted physical strength. Therefore, under the steady and continuous attack of the Roman soldiers, the Dionia's line of defense was forced to retreat slowly. But on the flank of the army, the attacks of the young Roman soldiers were much more violent, especially the more than 2,000 young Roman soldiers who were sent to fight at the end. In order to wash away the shame of their previous defeat, they did not need to use their physical strength at all. Some of them even fought with their lives on the line. This put the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Legion of Dionia under great pressure. Camuse was one of the 2,000 young soldiers. His platoon was attacked by the Dionia cavalry before being defeated by the javelin attack of the Dionia heavy infantry. The soldiers had been holding back their anger for a long time. After regrouping, they were sent to attack the enemy's flank and rush to the front. At the rear of the platoon, Camuse witnessed several soldiers being stabbed in the chest by the enemy's dagger. However, he did not fall immediately. Instead, he used the last of his strength to hold on to the enemy's dagger, providing opportunities for his teammates behind him to kill the enemy. The valiant performance of the soldiers made Camus, who had been a veteran for many years, feel his blood boiling. The tall and burly Camus saw a general with a white tassel on his head shouting at the back of the enemy's formation. Without a second thought, he threw the spear in his hand, and the general fell to the ground. However, the enemy's formation did not fall into chaos. It was as though nothing had happened. The Dionians were still tenaciously defending against the attacks of the soldiers. Chapter 698. Not long after, more than half of the soldiers under him were dead or injured. Camus' rear team was now in the front. However, when he looked at the enemy in front of him, he was stunned. It was the officer with the white tassel that he had hit with his spear. At this time, there was a big hole in the breastplate of the enemy's right shoulder. Blood was still oozing out. He lowered his right hand and held the shield in his left hand while glaring at Camus. Camus did not have his spear anymore, so he pulled out the sword at his waist to fight. The 1-meter-long sword was good for slashing, but the narrow space and the enemy's good defense made it difficult for him to unleash the power of his sword. With his rich experience, he took advantage of the difference in strength and kept hitting the enemy's shield. The heavily injured enemy obviously could not withstand such a powerful attack. A painful expression appeared on his face, and he finally knelt on the ground. Camus stepped forward again and swung his sword down. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left leg. He saw a short sword piercing his calf. Although the enemy's right shoulder was seriously injured, he was still holding the short sword in his right hand. However, he hid it behind the shield and pretended to be powerless to hold the weapon. When Camus let his guard down, the attack succeeded. Then, he pulled it out forcefully, and the sharp blade immediately cut through the tendons. Camus let out a blood-curdling scream. His body, which was leaning forward, lost its balance and fell forward, pressing the enemy to the ground along with his shield. The enemy also grimaced in pain, but the short sword in his right hand was still swinging, cutting the ankle of his teammate who was moving forward beside Camus. It was not until the soldier behind Camus pierced the enemy's chest with his spear that he spat out blood and shouted, "Hades!" Then, he died with a relieved expression. Although the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Legion fought bravely, the number of young Roman soldiers was more than double of their own. Under their crazy attacks, the formation of the 3rd Brigade had many gaps. The light armored soldiers at the back did not hesitate to fill in the gaps in time and bravely resisted the attacks of the heavy armored Roman infantry. The battle continued fiercely, and the scouts kept reporting back and forth. "Commander, the 4th Brigade's 2nd Brigade's captain is injured." "Commander, The 1st Brigade's 3rd Brigade's captain is dead. Commander, the 3rd Brigade's 1st Brigade's captain is injured. Commander, the 3rd Brigade's 1st Brigade's captain is dead. The 5th Brigade's captain is dead. According to the usual practice of the Legion of Dionysia, the captain of a company rarely went into battle personally. If the captain of a company went into battle personally, it only meant that the company suffered heavy casualties. Hearing the reports of the scouts one by one, Aminta's face was as dark as the sky, frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, another scout galloped over. Reporting to the Legion commander, Hetbarus, the leader of the 3rd Brigade, is requesting reinforcements from you. The 3rd Brigade has suffered heavy casualties, and a leader has personally gone into battle. Go back and tell Hetbarus that I don't have any reinforcements, and I don't want to hear about the number of casualties. But he must stay there and block the Rome's attack. If he dies in battle, I'll take over. Aminta's face was ashen as he shouted sternly. The mounted scout galloped away. Amintas glanced at the guards behind him and shouted, "Let's go to the rear of the 8th Battalion." Amintas's words were aggressive. Printos opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him, but in the end, he gave up. At this time, Led said, "I'll send the cavalry to attack the enemy and reduce the pressure on the 3rd Battalion." Amintas glanced at him. This time, he didn't refuse and nodded. Of course, the movement of the Dionia cavalry could not be hidden from the eyes of the Rome scouts. Now that the right flank of Dionia was the area where the Rome's attack was the fastest, it was obvious where the Dionia cavalry would go. Camillus immediately said to Lucius, "Immediately lead all the cavalry and 3 heavy infantry platoons to the enemy's right flank. After defeating the enemy cavalry, lead them to continue to strengthen the attack on the enemy's flank. Completely defeat the enemy." Lucius hesitated. "But father, your safety, the fiercer your attack, the safer I will be. Go, go." Under Camillus's urging, Lucius left with his troops. There were only 1,400 light infantrymen left by the old governor's side. He called a few of the alliance's generals over and said sincerely, "My life is in your hands now." Camillus was not only highly respected in Rome, but also in the entire Latin alliance. People respected him very much because it was he who led the army to repel the Celts who ravaged the Latin region. Several Rome's generals immediately promised, "Lord Camillus, don't worry. If the enemy wants to hurt you, they will have to do it over our dead bodies." As soon as they returned, before they could set up their defense, the Dionia's catapults threw lead pellets at them. When the 7th Battalion of the 1st Legion saw the enemy's cavalry and heavy infantry leave, they also began to attack the Rome's flag, trying to kill the enemy's commander and reverse the situation in one fell swoop. The front and flanks of both sides were filled with heavy infantry and light armored soldiers, while the periphery was filled with cavalry and light infantry. Rome and the Dionysian army were engaged in a full-scale battle. The battle lasted for nearly 2 hours, and it had entered the final stage. The Rome had gained the upper hand. The entire Dionia's line of defense was compressed into a semicircle, especially the line of defense on the far right. If it were not for the commander, Amintas, personally raising his shield and spear to kill the enemy, and a legion's flag was erected behind them, the 3rd Battalion and the light armored soldiers would have already retreated. But now, they were just fighting with their last breath. Led's 1st Cavalry Legion was also struggling to stop the enemy's cavalry and heavy infantry reinforcements. Although the Rome's cavalry was brave, there were not many of them, and they were not very lethal. However, their heavy infantry caused a lot of casualties to the Dionia's cavalry. Although Leds was heartbroken, he knew that the 1st Cavalry Legion could not retreat. Otherwise, even though there were not many of them, the consequences would be unimaginable if they joined the battle. Just when Leds was worried that he could not stop the advance of the Rome's heavy infantry, a cavalryman shouted, "Commander, look!" In the midst of the dust, Leds turned his head to the south and saw a large number of black shadows in the distance, quickly approaching him. The Volsky! Led's spirit was lifted, and he shouted, "Brothers, hold on a little longer. Our reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here." The first to arrive on the battlefield were more than 1,000 Volsci warriors led by Corinth, the former consul of Antium, followed by 1,000 Volsci warriors from Sartia. The Antium warriors who departed from Pelevernham arrived earlier than the Wolsey warriors who departed from Setia. This showed how strong their desire for revenge against the Romans was. When they arrived on the battlefield, they did not stop to rest and immediately launched a fierce attack on the Red Rome soldiers. The Rome cavalry was the first to be defeated. Then, the 3 Rome heavy infantry platoons that were being held back by the Daionia cavalry were also attacked. Just as they turned around to defend themselves, Sarsha's warriors arrived and surrounded them. The Rome's heavy infantry was better equipped than the Volsci warriors, who only had spears, shields, and helmets. However, they were too few in number, and they had been fighting the Daionia for a long time. Their stamina was depleted, and they were quickly overwhelmed by the Volsci army. Just as the Volsci army arrived on the battlefield, the vanguard of Antium and Sartia continued to charge at the young Rome soldiers who were fighting the Daonia's 3rd Brigade and light armored soldiers. A hurried bugle call sounded from the rear of the Rome army. When the Antium warriors attacked the 3 Rome platoons, Camillus received an urgent report from a cavalry scout. The news that a large number of Volsci warriors had appeared on the battlefield was like a heavy blow to him. It took him a while to recover. At this time, regret and self-blame intertwined in his heart. He thought that with the large number of soldiers and stamina of his army, he could defeat the Daionia first and then retreat. This was the safest way. He did not expect the Daionia to be so difficult to deal with. The battle had lasted for so long, but not only did they fail to defeat the Daionia, but they even attracted the Volsci. Sound the bugle call for retreat. Camillus suppressed the regret in his heart and immediately gave the order without hesitation. Officer Camillus, wait a little longer. We'll be able to defeat the Daonians soon. The adjutant hurriedly advised, the Volsci have just arrived. Perhaps there are not many of them. Our soldiers can definitely stop them. Sound the bugle call for retreat. Camillus still shouted firmly. Sound the bugle call for retreat. Camillus, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, never took chances in a war. If they were defeated, they had to try their best to save the lives of their soldiers. The bugle call for retreat sounded continuously. The first reaction of all the Rome platoon jarls who heard the bugle call was a little incredulous. From what they saw, their troops now had the upper hand, and some of the platoon jarls could already feel that the enemy on the opposite side could not hold on any longer. But out of absolute trust in their commander, Camillus, they still ordered their soldiers to retreat. The old and young soldiers in the left, middle, and right formation quickly began to retreat, distancing themselves from the enemy on the opposite side. After that, they quickly turned around and retreated in an orderly manner. Patroclus, who had already picked up his shield and spear and was fighting side by side with his soldiers, knew very well why Commander Amyntas asked them to rush here from the place where the camp was built. Therefore, when the enemy suddenly retreated, the pressure on his platoon's defense was instantly relieved. He let out a long sigh of relief and immediately realized that the enemy was going to escape. Could it be the Volsci? Chapter 699. He was not the only one who made the decision. The 4th and 5th platoon captains, as well as the other platoon's captains, quickly made a decision. They ordered their soldiers to rush forward and trap the enemy so that they could not escape. However, the exhausted legion of Dionysia's soldiers only managed to widen the distance between them and the Roman soldiers. As for the young Roman soldiers on the flanks, the previous attack was too fierce. The formation of the two sides had become intertwined with each other and were too close to each other. It was difficult for the young Roman soldiers to retreat. This was especially so for the young Roman soldiers on the right flank of the Daionia army. Nearly half of the young Roman soldiers who came to attack the Daionia army were in a killing frenzy. They only cared about attacking and ignored the bugles and shouts from the outside world. At this moment, more than 2,000 Volsci soldiers from Antium and Setia quickly arrived. Together with the 3rd platoon of the 1st Legion and the light armored soldiers, they surrounded the young Roman soldiers from the front and back. However, the Roman soldiers did not panic. The platoons at the back turned around to resist the attack of the Volsky soldiers, while the soldiers at the front attacked even more desperately. The formation of the 3rd platoon and the light armored soldiers almost collapsed. Fortunately, they knew that the reinforcements had arrived, and it strengthened their confidence to hold on. At the same time, Amyntas urgently transferred the soldiers of the 2nd platoon, which was next to the 3rd platoon, to strengthen the defense line. When the other reinforcements arrived at the battlefield, they saw that the entire Roman army was retreating, so they immediately began to chase after the Roman soldiers. The heavy infantry of the Daionia army was exhausted. After running for a while, they could no longer continue. Only the light infantry and cavalry were still chasing after them. The 7th platoon, which was made up of light infantry, had the best stamina in the 1st Legion. They ran desperately, tried to get to the front, and intercept the 6 young Roman soldiers who were attacking the left flank. However, the Roman soldiers did not know that the reinforcements had arrived when they were on the left flank. Therefore, they responded to the military order and retreated instead of retreating in disorder. Their morale was quite good. Similar to the way the Dionysian army retreated, they retreated in groups of platoons instead of completely dispersing. They could immediately regroup and counterattack. After suffering some losses, the 7th Brigade no longer dared to block in front of them. Instead, they ran along with them and attacked with javelins and arrows at the same time, thus achieving some results. The Daionia cavalry's pursuit was even more direct. They directly rode their horses to charge from the rear, scattering the enemy's platoon, and then stabbed the lone enemies one by one. However, this method was more damaging to the tire horses. The cavalry only used this method a few times at the beginning of the pursuit. After that, they only attacked the scattered enemies. The battlefield was only 4 to 5 miles away from the Rome campsite. Camillus led most of the young soldiers, veteran platoon, and light infantry to retreat to the north gate of the campsite without any hindrance. Phraates had already received the news and had already opened the camp gates in preparation to receive Camillus. Camillus did not immediately enter the campsite. Instead, he reminded Phraates to guard the campsite to prevent the enemy from taking the opportunity to attack. He also ordered the light infantry to quickly stand on the wooden walls and climb up the sentry towers to attack any enemy that dared to approach the campsite. At the same time, he led the more than 3,000 young and veteran soldiers to line up 100 meters away from the campsite and launched a swift and violent attack on the Volsky, who had caught up to them. As the Volsky only cared about pursuing the routed soldiers, their formation had long been scattered and disorganized. They were quickly routed by Camillus' troops. Camillus defeated several Volsky troops in a row and ensured the safety of the Rome's routed soldiers. Instead of pursuing them, he led his troops in a steady retreat and stood 50 meters away from the north gate of the campsite. Under the protection of the light infantry's arrows and javelins, he blocked the escape route of the routed soldiers. By the time the Volsky had no choice but to gather the pursuing soldiers and form a new army to approach the Rome campsite, Camillus had already led his troops into the campsite. Seeing the Rome soldiers densely packed on the wooden walls, the Volsky finally gave up on the idea of taking advantage of the situation to attack the Rome campsite. It was only at this point that this arduous battle finally came to an end. Although they had won the battle, Amyntas could not feel happy when he looked at the wounded soldiers on the ground. The rough casualty statistics were out. The 1st Legion had suffered more than 2,400 casualties, which was 1/4 of the entire legion. More than half of the 3rd Legion and the light infantry brigade were lost. Although some of the wounded soldiers only suffered superficial wounds and would recover after bandaging, treatment, and recuperation, the 1st Legion had suffered a great loss. Led side beside him, the 1st Legion of cavalrymen had obstructed the retreat of the Rome's food supply troops at the beginning, and at the end, they had blocked the reinforcements of the Rome's heavy infantry and cavalry. Therefore, they had paid a great price. In the end, the number of casualties was as high as 700, which was close to half of the legion. The war horse, in particular, had been severely damaged. It would probably take some time to recover before it could be used on the battlefield again. This is a big loss. Leds lamented on the side. His voice was loud enough for Amyntas to hear. Although he had tried his best to help Amyntas during the battle, it did not prevent him from venting his anger after the battle. Amyntas did not refute. In fact, he did not have the mood to refute now. He asked the orderly to inform the medical camp to treat the wounded soldiers. At the same time, he asked the guards, who were still strong, to bandage the wounds of the wounded soldiers and carry out the initial treatment. The soldiers had received training in this aspect during the usual military training. At this time, the soldiers of the First Legion were so tired that they did not even have time to take off their helmets and breastplates. They were lying on the ground and sleeping. They did not even react when someone stepped on them. They were too tired after being mistaken as corpses by the guards many times. Amyntas walked in the middle of the soldiers. He was careful not to wake them up. However, his heart was heavy. He had been the commander of the First Legion for 9 years. He was very familiar with all the soldiers and officers in the army. Now that he saw these soldiers and officers, who he used to get along with and fought side by side under his command, lying in a pool of blood one by one, how could he not feel distressed? At the same time, he was also blaming himself. Although the king of Devers told him several times to pay attention to the Roman army before he left, he still underestimated the people of Rome. Otherwise, he would not have ordered the soldiers of the First Legion to attack an enemy that outnumbered them after a long march. He treated the people of Rome like the Messapi, Pacetti, and Donni that the Legion of Dionysia had fought against in the past. However, it turned out that the king of Devers was right to worry. This army, which was somewhat similar to Dionia in terms of organization and tactics, was indeed stronger than the previous enemies of Dionia. If the First Legion had more stamina and more people, they would not have been so passive. Rome, Amyntas thought as he walked. In front of him, Hepburus stood up shakily. His right arm was bandaged, and there was a long blood stain on his forehead. He could only force a military salute with his left hand. Commander, lie down, Hepburus. Amyntas said hurriedly. Facing the commander of the Third Legion, he showed a rare gentle and concerned smile. Commander, brothers of the Third Legion. Hepburus looked sad. Before he finished his sentence, tears were already welling up in his eyes. Amyntas' smile froze on his face. He could only say in a low voice, thanks to the Third Legion and the Eighth Legion's tenacity in blocking the enemy's attack, we won this victory. The medical camp will do their best to save your soldiers. You have to receive treatment and recover as soon as possible. The First Legion can't do without you. After saying this, Amyntas left in a hurry. At this time, the adjutant, Aristonos, came over and whispered, Commander, Stephos suffered some minor injuries. It's not a big deal. These children of the old Dionia elders were familiar with each other. His injuries are too light. Amyntas' sigh stunned Aristonos. In the main tent of the camp in Rome, Camillus briefly described the battle to Frias. After listening, Frias could not help but gasp. Camillus, are you saying that the Dionia army marched all the way from Sels to the south of our camp, and without stopping in the middle, launched an attack on our supply troops, and then they even resisted the continuous attack of more than 9,000 heavy infantry, and finally waited for the arrival of Wolsey's reinforcements? Yes, Camillus sighed and said with a solemn expression, the key is that we have more people than them. More than 9,000 heavy infantrymen, 2,000 light infantrymen, and 700 cavalry. The army I lead has nearly 12,000 people, while the Dionians, according to the many reports from the scouts, they have about 10,000 people, but the heavy infantrymen might only have 6,000 to 7,000 people. But even with such an army that is weaker than us and has fewer people, our Roman soldiers fought fiercely for more than 2 hours without being able to defeat them. For the past few years, the Roman army had been invincible in the Latin and Etruria regions. Frias, who was used to victory, found it difficult to accept the fact that the Roman army was inferior to the Dionysian army. Of course, he knew Camillus, and he did not think that the respected veteran would distort the facts in order to clear his name of losing the battle. So he could not help but ask, is the Dionysian army really that strong? Let's not talk about the cavalry of Dionia first. You already know the situation before this. As for the light infantry, we did not pay much attention to them. They were all provided by our allies, so they were undisciplined and lacked training and cooperation. But the light infantry of Dionia has catapults that can throw long-distance lead projectiles, archers, and javelin throwers. They are well-coordinated and well-trained. So before I arrived with my army, their light infantry of about 1,000 could suppress our 2,000 light infantry and 700 cavalry. Chapter 700. Camillus analyzed seriously. More importantly, their heavy infantry is not much different from ours in terms of equipment. Even their formation and tactics are very similar to ours. However, their heavy infantry can invest in javelins. At the beginning of the battle, our young soldiers were defeated by the enemy's javelin attack. I also noticed that there are many flags in the Dionia army. They not only use bugles, but also drums and flags to convey orders. Therefore, the platoons of Dionia are more closely connected, and the speed at which they carry out orders is faster than us. After listening to this, Frias looked a little depressed and said with a little doubt, "It seems that our army is not as good as the Dionia army in every aspect. Maybe this army is the strongest in Dionia. The other armies may not have such strong fighting strength and fighting spirit." Camillus did not have any illusions. He said frankly, "Judging from the organizational ability and fighting level of this Dionysian army, I'm afraid that the other Dionysian army is not too weak. Otherwise, Dionia would not have become a powerful kingdom in just a few years. Besides, the kingdom of Dionia owns the entire southern land, and they have more soldiers than us. Provoking such a powerful opponent will be a big problem for Rome." At this point, Camillus looked worried. Frias suddenly thought of something and encouraged himself and Camillus. "Don't forget, we still have a powerful ally, Carthage. They have promised that if Dionia dares to declare war on us, they will declare war on Dionia. With Carthage attacking from the south, it is impossible for Dionia to send more troops here. We, Rome, have the advantage in fighting in Latin, which belongs to us." Camillus wanted to say something, but did not. At this time, the adjutant walked into the big tent with a solemn face. "My lords, the casualties of the army are out. A total of 4,460 heavy infantry soldiers are missing, 423 cavalry soldiers are missing, and 740 light infantry soldiers are missing. A total of 5,623 soldiers did not return to the camp. 5,623. That's half of the soldiers who left the camp." Frias' surprised expression was a little exaggerated. He then realized that Camillus was beside him and quickly said, "In fact, there may not be so many casualties and captured soldiers. Some soldiers may have run away, and when the enemy retreats, they will return. So, the sentries in the camp must pay attention to screening, and, at the same time, arrange the troops and be ready to help them return to the camp at any time." Although Camillus had already expected this huge number was still unbearable for him. He could not help but cough repeatedly, and his adjutant hurriedly stepped forward to massage his back. After a long while, Camillus finally recovered. His face was gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "This battle caused so many casualties among the soldiers, and it was all because of my mistakes in commanding. I will write a letter to the Senate and ask for punishment. I also want to remind them to be more vigilant against the Dionysian army, and to use their troops cautiously." Hearing Camillus's words, Frias heaved a sigh of relief. Although he respected Camillus, it did not mean that he wanted to bear the responsibility of this failure with Camillus. He did not want this failure to affect his future career in Rome, but he still pretended to be loyal and said, "Camillus, how can this be your responsibility alone? You and I are both commanders of this army, and the decision to leave the camp to rescue the enemy was made by both of us." Camillus waved his hand. "Don't say any more. This is all my fault. I have underestimated the Dionia. Otherwise, I would have immediately led the soldiers back after receiving the food supply team. You can't rely on luck in war." Camillus sighed deeply with remorse, then reminded him, "Not only did we lose so many soldiers, but some of them are also injured and won't be able to fight the enemy for a while. The number of soldiers who can fight in the camp is greatly reduced. Frias, I suggest that you strengthen the camp's defenses tomorrow. No matter how the enemy provokes you, do not leave the camp to fight the enemy. No matter how young Frias was, the performance of the Dionysian army had shocked him. He did not dare to risk his career and the lives of his soldiers, so he nodded and said, "You are right, Camillus. We should hold the camp until Quintus arrives with his troops." For the Volsci, this was a rare victory against Rome in 10 years, even though they were not the main force in the battle. When the Roman soldiers, who had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement, finally surrendered to the Volsci warriors, or when the Volsci warriors injured and captured the lagging Roman soldiers in the process of pursuing them, the Volsci soldiers who escorted the Roman soldiers back were filled with pride of victory. But the Volsci leaders knew very well who brought this victory. Under the lead of Consul Tullus of Sels and Consul Cadimentalos of Pelevernham, they found Amyntas, who was treating the wounded soldiers. "General Amyntas, I didn't expect you to bring us such a rare victory the day after you led your army to Volsci. It is clear that Dionia is sincerely helping us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much," Tullus said with a sincere expression. Cadimentalos immediately took over the conversation and expressed his apology excitedly. "Please forgive my previous prejudice. When Toulouse told me that Dionia only sent 10,000 troops, I even complained, only 10,000 reinforcements. What can they do when the Roman army is invading with tens of thousands of troops? But you and your soldiers have proved the strength of the Dionysian army with your heroic performance. Please accept my respect for you." The consul of an important Volsci town immediately greeted Amyntas with the most honorable Volsci etiquette. Amyntas hurriedly helped him up and said humbly, "I'm just a warrior. My mission is to follow the orders of the kingdom and fight the enemy. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty the Devers, who sent us here. The best thing we Volsci have done in recent years is to ally with the great Dionia. We are honored to fight side by side with the brave warriors of Dionia. Let's defeat the Roman soldiers together." Corlenus, the former consul of Antium, said loudly, "Yes, that's right." The other high-ranking Volsci officials also echoed loudly. Hearing these sincere words and looking at their excited expressions, Amyntas suddenly realized that the First Legion had made such a huge sacrifice to obtain this victory was very important. At this time, Cadimentalos made a sincere request to the commander of the First Legion of Dionia. "General Amyntas, since the Roman soldiers have suffered this defeat, they don't have many soldiers left in their camp. We have decided to attack the Roman camp and completely destroy the enemy. I hope you can help us." Amyntas was stunned. He then shook his head and said bluntly, "I don't think it's a good idea to attack the Roman camp now." He did not care whether the Volsci people looked happy or not. He continued to analyze the situation seriously. "I have carefully inspected the Roman camp today. Their defense is very tight. And after today's battle, I found that the Roman soldiers are very strong. Even if we can rely on our numbers to take down the camp in the end, we will definitely suffer a great loss. Can you bear such a loss now? It is said that the Roman soldiers have another more powerful army, and they will arrive soon. When that time comes, our numbers will be greatly reduced because of the continuous battles. What can we do to resist them?" Amyntas' words were like a can of cold water poured on the high-ranking Volsci officials, temporarily calming them down from the ecstasy of victory. Tullus, who originally did not agree to attack the Roman camp, took the opportunity to ask, "General Amyntas, do you have any suggestions for the next battle?" Amyntas thought for a moment and said, "We should adopt a defensive strategy and rely on defending the towns to kill a large number of the Roman soldiers." "Defense? That will only allow the Roman soldiers to take our towns one by one. The loss of Valette city is proof of that. The Roman soldiers now have a very strong ability to attack cities." Cadimentalos expressed his doubts and concerns. Amyntas, who is usually hot-tempered, did not get angry at this moment. He patiently explained, "When the army marched through Satia, I observed the town. Its defense facilities are too simple, so it is easy to break through. If you could take advantage of the victory of this battle and the time before the arrival of the other Roman army, you can speed up the improvement and reinforcement of the city's defenses. It will definitely cause a lot of trouble for the Romans when they attack the city. General Amyntas, how should we improve the defense of the town? Tullus immediately asked humbly. First of all, dig the trench deeper and wider. Bury sharp wooden spikes at the bottom of the trench so that it will be difficult for the Roman soldiers to pass through it. Set up densely packed antlers between the trench and the city wall. Even if the Roman soldiers pass through the trench, it will take them a lot of time to bring their siege weapons to the city. Our arrows, javelins, and stones will be able to kill the enemy as much as possible. We have to set up traps outside the trench, and there's a lot of details to how to set up the traps. Amyntas explained in detail as he drew on the ground with his dagger. The higher-ups of Wolsey were listening attentively to him. When the First Legion sailed to the Latin region, Carthage, who had received the news, sent out his army to declare war on Ionia as promised. However, in Carthage's Senate, there was a heated debate about this issue. Chapter 701. On the surface, Hanno agreed to send troops to Sicily, but he believed that Ionia's current military power was strong. Carthage alone did not have absolute confidence in winning, so he needed to gather the military power in the hands of the governor of Iberia, Margo, because they had a large army all year round and often fought with the indigenous people of Iberia, so they had rich combat experience. According to reason, this request of Hanno was reasonable, and many senators expressed their approval. However, Preti Cuba and the other Maginid senators firmly opposed it. They believed that although Mago had an army in Iberia, this army was used to defend against the invasion of the Iberian natives. If they were transferred away, the newly occupied land of Carthage and Iberia might once again fall into the hands of the natives. Hanno scoffed at this reason. He loudly sneered, "Does Margo still need to defend against the attack of the indigenous people of Iberia? I heard that the indigenous leaders of Iberia often go to Sicily to see him, and he scolds them like he scolds his slaves. And I also know that the officials of Malaga City and Gata City go to Sicily to see Margo much more often than to Carthage. The Iberian colonies are now very stable, but the military expenses that Margo applied to the Senate are increasing year by year, and the army under his command is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know who he is using this army to defend against. Shouldn't he use this army supported by Carthage's gold and silver to serve Carthage? If he doesn't agree, then does he have other ideas?" What Hanno said could be said to hit the nail on the head. Preti Cuba found it difficult to refute for a while, and many senators who had accepted bribes from Margo could not speak for him at this time. Hanno's proposal was also supported by the neutral senators. In the end, Hanno even said harsh words. If Margo does not send troops, Carthage will not send troops to Sicily. The meeting ended in discord. Soon, rumors began to spread in the city of Carthage. Hanno is afraid of Ionia, so he doesn't dare to send his army to fight. He's determined to violate the agreement with his close ally, Rome. However, another rumor was widely spread. Margo refused to send troops recruited with the taxes of the citizens of Carthage to fight against Ionia, because he wanted to be the king of Iberia. This rumor caused an uproar in the city of Carthage. Many people gathered in front of the Senate to protest, scolding Margo as a traitor, and strongly demanding that the Senate revoke his position as governor of Iberia and transfer him back to Carthage for trial. When the news spread to the south of Iberia, Margo and the others were somewhat depressed. They knew very well that this was the disadvantage of not being in the center of power for Carthage, so it was difficult for him to control the situation. Although the Maginid family had a stable foundation in Iberia, once it left Carthage, it would become a rootless tree. Of course, they didn't want to be abandoned by the people of Carthage. Hanno's approach could be said to have hit their soft spot. After a discussion with Hacker, Margo quickly made a decision. So a few days later, Preti Cuba proposed at the Senate meeting, "My lords, as a citizen of Carthage, Margo, the governor of Iberia, is certainly willing to send his troops to fight, but he wants to be the commander of the attack on Sicily. Indeed, with Margot's identity and military qualifications, no one among the citizens of Carthage dared to compete with him for the position of commander of the expedition. But how could Hanno let him do as he wished? Tepenlaco immediately stood up and expressed his opposition. The situation in the Iberian Peninsula is complicated, and there are many fierce indigenous people. Once Lord Margot leaves, and the new governor is not familiar with the situation there, I am afraid it will lead to instability in the newly occupied Iberia region. Wouldn't the efforts of these years be in vain? So it is better for Lord Margot to stay in Iberia and only need to send the army over. Preta Cuba immediately retorted, "My lords, you should all know that the members of the Iberian army are complicated. Most of them are foreign mercenaries. If they are commanded by outsiders, I am afraid they will not listen to orders. Not only will it not achieve the effect of the battle, but it will also cause chaos. If the Senate is really worried about the safety of the new Iberian territory, I recommend Hasdrubal, the son of Hamilco, to be the commander of the expedition. He has led the army to defeat the indigenous people in Iberia many times. He has rich combat experience and is a rare general talent in Carthage." Replacing Margot with Hasdrubal, the effect is still the same. Margot has a good idea. Hanno sneered in his heart. As a result, the Hanoverian senators all expressed their opposition, and even Oakton shouted excitedly. An army supported by Carthage's taxes does not listen to Carthage's orders, but is willing to listen to the command of only one person. Isn't this dangerous? Do we dare to give the command of the army to such a person and put the city of Carthage in possible danger? Oakton's words could be said to be quite harsh, but he said the problem that many senators were worried about. The main members of the Magonid family had gone to Iberia, and they could not return to Carthage a few times a year. They also had a large army in their hands that was almost not composed of Carthage citizens. This in itself had already worried the Senate. Now that the command of the army was given to the Magonid family, it was obviously not what the senators wanted. On this issue, the leader of the neutral party, Esserba, was in agreement with Hanno. In the end, with the support of the majority of the senators in the Senate, a resolution was passed. Malifio, the military governor of Namibia, would be the commander of the army, and Margot would not have to go, but Iberia must send no less than 20,000 troops to fight. This resolution was not only the opposite of the result that Margot and the others expected, but also greatly harmed their interests. Therefore, Margot, who received the news, delayed the implementation of the resolution and sent messengers to Carthage with a large sum of money to lobby the senators. In the back-and-forth wrangling between the two sides, the dispatch of troops to Sicily had been delayed. Just as the Senate of Carthage was arguing about the expedition, the Council of Syracuse was also engaged in a fierce debate. More than a decade ago, Syracuse was still the largest Greek city-state in Sicily, and even the most powerful city-state in the entire Greek world. Under the rule of the tyrant Dionysius, the people of Syracuse defeated the powerful Carthage people, conquered most of the land of Sicily, and became the overlord of Sicily. Dionysius even led nearly 100,000 troops north and crossed the sea to attack Greece in an attempt to expand his territory. However, after half a year of war with the newly rising Dionia alliance, the people of Syracuse, who obviously had the upper hand, eventually suffered a crushing defeat in both naval and land battles. Dionia's army even attacked Sicily, causing the people of Syracuse to rebel and overthrow Dionysius's rule. In the end, Dionysius and his family were betrayed and murdered by Sparta. The people of Syracuse, who were liberated from Dionysius's dictatorship, decided not to repeat the same mistakes. The people entrusted Herolas, who played a leading role in the process of overthrowing Dionysius's rule, to form a new democratic government in Syracuse. However, Herolas had other ideas. During Dionysius's rule, he held an important position in the city-state. At the same time, he seriously studied the political system of Dionia. That was why he opposed Dionysius, because Dionysius was too cruel and oppressed the people too much. It did not mean that he fully agreed with democracy. On the contrary, he believed that democracy was too free and undisciplined, inefficient, and prone to chaos. Especially when Syracuse experienced a crushing defeat and urgently needed to recover its national strength, he should centralize power and quickly make various decisions that were beneficial to the city-state's development. That was why he delayed forming a new government. Instead, he used his position as the highest leader during the war to frequently issue various decisions. These decisions were often made by him alone, without discussing with anyone else, which was criticized by the people. During this period of time, there were two things that caused his reputation to plummet among the people. First, an important democratic figure in Syracuse, Theagenes, was arrested for vehemently opposing Dionysius's rule. He was supposed to be sentenced to death, but with the help of a friend, he actually escaped imprisonment and escaped from Sicily. After Dionysius's rule was overthrown, he actually brought a few warships and some soldiers back to Syracuse. Based on his heroic deeds against Dionysius, the people gave him a warm welcome and elected him as a general in the citizens' assembly. They hoped that he would enter Syracuse's wartime General Executive Committee and counterbalance Herolus's growing power. However, Herollus actually vetoed the results of the citizens' assembly and emphasized that any decision must be approved by him. This matter made the people very angry. However, in a previous decision issued by Herollus, a large amount of fertile land that Dionysius had once distributed to the mercenaries was distributed to the civilians in the port, and they were given full citizenship. Therefore, it was fully supported by the people and free people in the port area. In addition, in the wartime General Executive Committee, Phaucus, Stesicus, and the others were all friends of Herollus and his supporters, so it seemed that his power was unshakable. The second matter was that although Dionia agreed to release the captured Syracuse soldiers and sailors, the Devers put forward a condition. They asked Syracuse to compensate for the damage caused by the Syracuse army to Great Greece and also to ransom the captives. Chapter 702. Of course, the amount of compensation was not small. In the many negotiations with Dionia, Herollus was forced to agree to pay the war reparations. This was why he wanted to concentrate his power to develop Syracuse as soon as possible, and let Syracuse walk out of the quagmire of defeat as soon as possible. However, the people of Syracuse discovered that some of the released Syracuse militia and sailors were missing. Herollus immediately sent people to negotiate with Dionia, but the reply of Dionia officials made them feel helpless. Due to the fierce attack of the Syracuse army, Dionia was already on the brink of destruction. In order to obtain food support from Carthage, they had no choice but to agree to the other party's request and provide some Syracuse prisoners to Carthage. Herollus had no choice but to make an issue of the war reparations and strongly requested that Dionia reduce the amount of compensation. However, the people of Syracuse felt that Herollus did not do his best and allowed the people of Syracuse to become Carthage's slaves. The people were disappointed in him, and this included many civilians in the port area because many of the prisoners that did not return were sailors of Syracuse. At this time, Devers ordered the spies hidden in Syracuse to spread unfavorable rumors about Herollus, because Devers knew that many of the decisions made by Herollus were correct, but he did not want to see Syracuse rise again. Therefore, the people's dissatisfaction and suspicion towards Herollus grew, and many people spread rumors that Herollus wanted to become the second Dionysius. During this period of unrest, according to Herollus's proposal, Phaesipexis, Damocles, these former generals and ministers under Dionysius, who should have been severely punished, suddenly escaped from prison and led some dissatisfied people out of Syracuse. They met up with Macias's mercenaries in the mountains to the west, and actually occupied the small city of Achle to the west of Syracuse. Of course, Herollus could not allow the remnants of Dionysius to cause trouble in Syracuse's territory, so he decided to personally lead an expedition. Before he left, he ordered Phaucus, Cucius, Stesicos, and the others to guard Syracuse. After all, he knew that the political situation was not stable recently. Unexpectedly, when Herollus led his troops to Achle and was about to attack the city, he received bad news. There was a rebellion in Syracuse. Not only did the citizens re-elect a general, but they also unanimously passed a proposal to put the dictator Herollus on trial. How could Heroles be so easily ousted from power in Syracuse? That was because of the support of Phaucus, Cucius, Stesicos, and the others. It turned out that these close friends of Heroles deeply felt that after Heroles became the leader of Syracuse, he had become arbitrary and did not listen to their opinions. Although they were also members of the executive committee, they had almost no real power, so of course they were dissatisfied. Coupled with the influence of the rumors in the city, they were very worried that Heroles would really become a dictator. Therefore, after Heroles led his troops out of the city, under the persuasion of Theagenes, they resolutely chose to cooperate with the Democrats and abandon Heroles. When Heroles heard of the chaos in the city, he immediately led his troops back, wanting to quickly calm the situation. Who knew that before they even reached the city of Syracuse, more than half of his soldiers had fled. Seeing that things were not going well, Heroles could only take his confidence and escape from Syracuse by boat. He did not choose to escape to the kingdom of Dionia, which had helped him overthrow Dionysius, nor did he choose to escape to the former ally of Syracuse, Sparta. Instead, he chose to escape to the former mother state of Syracuse, Corinth. It was now the third year of the kingdom of Dionia, 391 BC, and the Corinth War was nearing its end. In order to prevent a situation like Heroles's, the Democrats in power in Syracuse elected 25 generals, led by Stesicos and Phaucus, to manage the affairs of the city. They also abolished some of the laws that Heroles had enacted when he was in power, including war reparations to Dionia, and the land allocated to the civilians in the port area has also been taken back. This not only worsened the diplomatic situation in Syracuse, but also made the people in the port area very angry. At the same time, Theagenes also proposed to increase the punishment of the citizens who had worked for Dionysius. This caused many people in the city to panic. The king of Dionia's Devers ordered the 8th Legion in Catanae to deploy troops to the northern border of Syracuse, as if they were going to attack Syracuse. In the end, the new generals of Syracuse gave in and had no choice but to increase the amount of war reparations. As for the rioting civilians in the port area, Theagenes and the others mercilessly sent troops to suppress them. It was at this time that Phasipizes and Messias led the rebel army in Achlae to Syracuse, shouting the slogan, "We will avenge the citizens who had worked for Dionysius." This slogan was accepted by many people in Syracuse. Therefore, Theagenes led the unstable civilian soldiers out of the city to fight, but they were defeated by the rebel army of Phasipizes, who outnumbered them. They had no choice but to retreat into the city to defend. Phasipizes and Messias were both experienced generals, and they were very familiar with the city of Syracuse. Phasipizes pretended to attack the southern city of Syracuse, while Messias quickly led a small number of elite soldiers to the north, bypassing the mountains, and rushed to the northern city wall of Syracuse. They launched a sneak attack on Herxa Gate, broke into the city, and entered the Popical area. The people in the city were shocked. However, at this critical moment, the executive committee of 25 generals was discussing who should be held responsible for the loss of the city. At the same time, they were debating on how to defend against the enemy, but they could not come up with a concrete plan. It was not until Messias's army approached the inner city that the generals hurriedly gathered their troops to face the enemy. Naturally, they failed again. The panicked Democrats had no choice but to retreat to Ortygia Island, while Phasipirsus took the opportunity to enter the city and meet up with Messias. The original mercenaries under his command took the opportunity to retaliate in the city, causing the people to suffer unspeakably. Far away in Corinth, Heroles had been paying attention to the developments in Syracuse. At this time, after learning of the tragic situation of the people, as a patriot, how could he stand by and do nothing? Therefore, he requested some reinforcements from the government of Corinth and led them back to Ortygia. It was already the 6th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 388 BC. The people of Syracuse warmly welcomed the return of Heroles and begged him to forgive their betrayal. On the island of Ortygia, Heroles gave a heartfelt speech. He said, "No matter how the people of Syracuse treat him, he will come to protect this country and its people without hesitation. If he cannot save his mother, he He would rather die on the ruins of his country. The people of Syracuse, including his former friends and political enemies, were deeply moved by his words. The people all shouted, "Save Syracuse! Save Syracuse!" Herolas saw that the morale was high, and the people could be trusted. He immediately formed an army, opened the long-closed city gate of Ortygia, rushed out of the isthmus, and launched a fierce attack on the rebel army. Phasaphizes and Messias hurriedly led their troops to meet the enemy. When the people in the city heard that the leader was Herolas, they all responded. The rebel army was defeated, and in the end, Messias died in battle. Phasaphizes was also captured, and the rebel army was basically wiped out. Herolas, who had won a complete victory, had his prestige greatly increased. Therefore, he did not hold a public meeting and brazenly abolished the General Executive Committee and stripped Tyagenes, Phaucus, and the other 25 generals of their power. The people actually did not object to this. And this time, when he regained power, Herolas clearly wanted to establish a political system in Syracuse similar to Dionia, but at the same time mixed with Corinth's system. This was a political system where a few elites ruled the majority. For this reason, he relied more on Corinth to help him complete this task. Over the past few years, the turmoil in Syracuse had caused the people to suffer greatly. Furthermore, Herolas had reinstated the law he had enacted in Syracuse, and many people had benefited from it. Therefore, the people had tacitly agreed to Herolas' change of government, which seemed to be a dictatorship and did not express strong opposition. And Herolas' political enemies, such as Tyagenes, Phaucus, and the others did not have the support of the people, and they could not cause any big waves. The political situation in Syracuse began to stabilize. Herolas' rule also gradually stabilized, but this stability was pregnant with danger. Among the Corinth people who followed Herolas to Syracuse, there was a young noble named Marcus. Because of his bravery in battle, he was recognized by Herolas and became the chief of the city guards to protect the safety of Syracuse. At the same time, he also served as Herolas' palace captain. But he was jealous of Herolas' achievements and vainly tried to replace him. In the 8th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 386 BC, when Herolas went to the temple of Apollo to offer sacrifices, an assassin bribed by Marcus assassinated the general of Syracuse. Then, Marcus seized the opportunity to usurp the supreme power of Syracuse. In order to consolidate his power, he wantonly promoted Corinth people, and the people of Syracuse complained about this. A few months later, during the harvest celebration of Demeter, Herolas' widow publicly revealed the truth of her husband's assassination. The people were angry, and they gathered together to overthrow Marcus' rule. Marcus also gathered his army to suppress them, but in the end he suffered a crushing defeat and died in the chaos. Chapter 703. When the power once again fell into the hands of the Democrats in Syracuse, Tyagenes, Phaucus, Stesicus, and the others, having learned their lesson, did not create a strange government with 25 generals like before. Instead, they restored Syracuse's traditional democratic government with 10 generals, a council of 100, and a citizens' assembly. They also continued some of the policies and laws implemented during the reign of Herolas. At the same time, they continued to pay reparations to Dionia. In the years after the defeat of Dionia, the political situation in Syracuse had been in turmoil. It not only exhausted the energy and enthusiasm of the people, but also made some elites disappointed with the future of Syracuse. Pharisanus, for example, accepted the invitation of the Dionia Academy to teach in Thurii. At the same time, he wrote letters to the king of the Devers several times, asking him to reduce the reparations demanded from Syracuse. It was not until the 11th year of the kingdom of Dionia that the Devers generously wrote off the reparations. The political situation in Syracuse had once again stabilized and began to gradually recover its vitality. However, during the previous turmoil, Syracuse's agriculture and trade were hit hard. Many free people and merchants fled and chose the booming Catanai. When the people of Syracuse opened their eyes and looked out, they were shocked to find that the power of Syracuse, which once dominated Sicily and shook the western Mediterranean, was now weaker than the former enemy of the kingdom of Dionia, Cadani. The former allies around Syracuse, such as Carmendolina, Gela, Aglaginto, and many others, had long since severed their ties with Syracuse. Instead, they went to curry favor with Dionia. The people of Syracuse cherished the glory of the past, but they also hated the culprit who caused all of it, Dionia. Most of the taxes collected by Syracuse were used to pay reparations. So a strange phenomenon arose in Sicily. While all the Greek city-states of Sicily were on friendly terms with the kingdom of Dionia, Syracuse, from top to bottom, was alienating this powerful neighbor. They refused every invitation for Dionia to celebrate, but had many disputes and conflicts with Leontini and Taunus, the allies of Dionia, over the frontier lands. Carthage had witnessed Syracuse's performance. Therefore, this time, Carthage sent an emissary with the mission of getting Syracuse to join the alliance against the kingdom of Dionia. In Syracuse's city hall, the 10 Syracuse generals all had solemn expressions after envoy Carthage walked out of the meeting room. I don't understand. Dionia and Carthage have been maintaining friendly relations for more than 10 years. Why is there a war all of a sudden? General Hictas from the port area asked in confusion. Compared to the people of Syracuse and other areas, the civilians of the port area still had a good impression of Dionia. This was because the civilians of the port area finally organized themselves with the help of Dionia and rebelled against Dionysius' tyranny. Thus, they became a force that could not be ignored in the political arena of Syracuse. Don't you understand? The reason why Carthage and Dionia could maintain friendly relations for more than 10 years was that they needed time to recover their strength. In fact, not only Sicily, the entire Western Mediterranean can accommodate 2 powerful countries. They will inevitably go to war because of the conflict of interests. In the past, it was Carthage and Syracuse. Now it's just Ionia. Polynices' voice was low, as if he was recalling the past of Syracuse. As an official who once served Dionysius, he did not participate in the war to suppress the rebels due to the opposition of his sailors after the riot. Therefore, he escaped punishment later. In the war to overthrow the murderer Marcus, he fought bravely and made great contributions. He was recognized by the people and was elected as a general several times. If a war breaks out between Dionia and Carthage, it will be a great opportunity for Syracuse. Ever since Dionia occupied the cities of Cadani, Naxos, and Sicily in Sicily, they have greatly influenced Syracuse. The free citizens prefer to live in Cadani and Naxos, the merchant ships prefer to trade in Cadani, and the other cities in Sicily are more willing to interact with them. If this continues, when will Syracuse ever regain its former glory? Chief General Theagenes was obviously in favor of cooperating with Carthage to fight against Dionia. But can Carthage defeat Dionia? Cushias was worried. More than 10 years ago, he had experienced the war that decided the hegemony of Greece in the Western Mediterranean. He had seen and heard that a legion of Dionia landed in Sicily and defeated an army of tens of thousands led by Messias. Yes, the army of Dionia is too powerful. 2 years ago, they easily defeated the Cycles and occupied many of their towns. Now, the Cycles are circling around the Dionia like dogs. Philippus continued. As a comrade who had fought alongside the Dionysian army and overthrown Dionysius' rule, he knew very well the strength of Dionia. I did not support going against Dionia. Our strength in Syracuse is no longer what it used to be. We are surrounded by the cities of Dionia and their allies. Once we declare war on Dionia, their army will immediately attack us. The people of Dionia are probably hoping that we will break the agreement so that they can conquer Syracuse and unify the eastern part of Sicily. The meeting room fell silent. As time passed, the generals knew that the reason why Syracuse was able to exist independently was because of the agreement between Carthage, Sparta, and Dionia. At this moment, Stesicos said in a low voice, "Everyone, if we don't provoke Dionia, will Dionia let Syracuse go? If Carthage is defeated, Will Syracuse still be able to maintain its independence? No. We will be like Catarnais, Crotone, and Locri. We will be forced to assimilate into the kingdom of Dionia and become an ordinary city. We will lose our long history and glory that we are proud of. Therefore, I believe that helping Carthage is also helping ourselves. Stesico's words moved the other generals. Everyone, you have only seen the strength of Dionia, but Carthage is also very strong. Over the years, the people of Carthage have conquered Namibia in the interior of Africa and also conquered the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula. Their land is even wider than the kingdom of Dionia. More than 10 years ago, when Carthage was fighting with us, he was able to organize an army of 100,000 people. Now, he can easily do that. Tiagenes waved his arms excitedly, trying to convince the other generals. Also, don't forget about Carthage's ally, Rome, who is about to go to war with Dionia. It is also very powerful and is the overlord of central Italy. It has strong, heavy infantry and will not be easy to deal with. When Carthage and Rome join hands, it is already difficult for Dionia to resist. Moreover, according to the voice of the messenger of Carthage, they have other helpers. Dionia has fallen into the encirclement of Carthage. What are we waiting for if we don't join them now? The people of Syracuse had close military and trade contacts with the west coast of Italy for decades, especially with the Campanian alliance. Although the Campanian alliance had recently sided with Dionia, the people of Syracuse did not reduce their attention there, so they knew the situation in Rome better. More than 10 years ago, Dionysius also put Dionia in a tight encirclement. What happened in the end? We all know it very well, Hyctes said lightly. But this time is different. Tiagenes glared at him and wanted to continue persuading. Hyctes said coldly, "It is indeed different this time. Compared to more than 10 years ago, Dionia's territory has increased several times, and so has its strength." Tiagenes was speechless and did not know what to say for a moment. At this time, Phaucus said in a low voice, "I think we should do this. Let's not agree to Carthage's people first. This way, we won't blindly put Syracuse in danger. If Carthage really does declare war on Dionia and has a great advantage, then it is not too late for us to join them." "I agree." Cucius immediately expressed his approval. This is the prudent approach. Soon, the other generals agreed one after another, including Staxicos. In the end, Tiagenes nodded helplessly, but he was very angry in his heart. He could be said to be the most powerless chief general in Syracuse for many years. The other generals either participated in the rebellion against Dionysius and had a deep friendship and many supporters, or were representatives of some special groups of people. After he escaped from Syracuse, his roots in the city had long been swept away, and because he first provoked a rebellion against Herolas, after Herolas successfully returned, he was once again suppressed, and the people who supported him that he had painstakingly gathered once again left him. The reason why Tiagenes, who did not have the support of a powerful force, could be the chief general for 2 consecutive years was because the citizens of Syracuse needed a person like him, who was not powerful but had a reputation, to balance a group of powerful former friends of Herolas and avoid a dictatorship. However, the stubborn and strong-willed Tiagenes always believed that he was the one who could help Syracuse regain its former glory. Chapter 704. The sky was still drizzling. Alcibiades led the pack out of the port area and went straight to Tullie city after getting on the main road. Since Alcibiades owned a lot of properties in Turin, he would come to Turin almost every month or two. Every time he came, he would find some changes in the urban area of Turin. He often lamented that the kingdom of Dionia was developing too fast. This time, there were many new changes in the city of Turin. In the past, there were more than a dozen large water wheels along the Crotty River in Turin, which transported clear river water to the city through the viaduct. The water would then be transferred through the water towers to the large fountains distributed in an orderly manner throughout the city. The residents only needed to go to the fountain nearest to their homes to fetch water. It was very convenient, and there was no need to worry about water supply at all. The drought this time taught the people of Dionia a lesson. Not only did it make them cherish water more, but it also made them prepare for a rainy day and take more measures to store water. For example, in the residential areas of the outer city, every household built a reservoir in the courtyard and covered it with wooden planks to prevent water from evaporating. Many citizens even raised money to build a small altar of Poseidon in their residential areas. Although the drought had ended, there were still many people lining up in front of the temporary grain stores that the City Hall of Turii had set up in the various markets of the city. There were even more people than before because the food stored in the homes of the people had basically been eaten up. Alcibiades looked at the long queue in front of him. The people basically maintained good order. He thought of a series of recent events in the country. His mother's state, Ligwim, did not have fertile land and did not produce much. After becoming a free city of the kingdom, Ligwim was backed by Dionia. Its trade was prosperous, the territory was safe, and the citizens were rich and extravagant. The people did not have extra food reserves. After the drought ravaged Ligwim, several rivers in the territory were cut off, and the city soon began to run out of food. The council of Ligwim panicked and hurriedly asked the kingdom of Dionia for help. The Devers ordered a quantity of corn allotted to Ligim and sent word that each man should control his purchases. The officials of Ligwim did not take it to heart at all. The grain was put on the market and was bought up by the rich people of Ligwim in the blink of an eye. So they had to ask for help from Dionia again. The Devers, in spite of their sullen and angry faces, authorized another shipment of grain to Ligwim, warning them that Dionia's reserves were to feed nearly 2 million people in the kingdom, and that there would be no surplus for Ligwim. If there is a food shortage in the future, please think of a solution on your own. Logically speaking, Billy Jim should have learned his lesson this time, but he didn't. The generals and council members of Ligim divided up the grain in private, and some even sold it in their own grain shops at high price. The merchants of Ligwim also took action, going all over the Mediterranean to buy grain, then shipping it back to the Ligwim market to sell it at a high price. They even went to Dionia to make money in the same way, but they were severely punished by the kingdom's Ministry of Commerce. In the city of Ligwim, there were not only wealthy merchants, but also ordinary civilians and a large number of port freemen. They did not have enough money to continue to buy grain in the market, and the price of grain in the city was too high, but the council did not impose strict restrictions, causing the people to complain. It was at this time that someone exposed the fact that the Ligwim Council had twice embezzled the free relief grain from Dionia, which finally aroused the anger of the people. They gathered, robbed the grain shops, injured the merchants, and even shouted the slogan, "We don't want to be a free city. Ligwim should be completely integrated into Dionia." When Alcibiades left Ligwim and came to Turii, the riot was still going on. Alcibiades sighed, suppressed this annoying emotion, and went straight forward. After passing the interrogation of the city guards, he led the pack into the inner city. It was almost dusk, but the Victory Square was still very lively. Vendors were selling their goods loudly, bards were rapping and singing, some students from the Dionia Academy were giving speeches, both to exercise their courage and knowledge, and to promote their profession to the people, and some artists were performing their poems, music, and even plays they had just created, and went back to improve their works through the audience's response and feedback. Around the Victory Square, the people were discussing the contents of the Senate announcement that day posted on the stone wall. Under the steps in front of the library, young people were reading stories from books, surrounded by children who were listening attentively. Beside the fountain in Turi, women were chatting while drinking water, and children were laughing and having a water fight. It was a warm and peaceful scene. Seeing this, it was hard to believe that a war was actually happening in Dionia, and it was about to start a bigger one. Alcibiades sighed inwardly. He passed through the Victory Square, bypassed the Senate Hall, and arrived at the forbidden area that the people of Turii named the Hill of the Kings, and was immediately stopped and interrogated by the palace guards. Alcibiades stated his identity and origin, and a guard immediately rode to the king's mansion at the top of the mountain to make a report. While Alcibiades was waiting, the guard checked the items he was about to bring up the mountain. Alcibiades was already used to this. At this moment, a white-covered carriage pulled by 2 white horses came from the east under the protection of guards. Although the carriage was not inlaid with gold or silver, the exquisite design of the carriage, the gorgeous decorations on the roof, and the elegant clothes on the white horses all showed the elegance and nobility of the owner of the carriage. Brother, the curtain on the side of the carriage was lifted, and a beautiful face was revealed. Agnes let Alcibiades into the carriage, and had the pack that had been checked follow closely behind as they headed towards the top of the mountain. "Is father feeling better?" Agnes asked with concern. "He's the same as before, paralyzed on the bed and unable to walk. The doctors sent by His Majesty have treated him several times, but there's not much progress. But he doesn't throw his temper like before, and just 2 days ago he told me that he wanted to come to Turii to see you. But, Alcibiades shrugged helplessly. Agnes' face was immediately filled with melancholy when she heard this. She obviously knew what Alcibiades was referring to. All these years, the chief general of Lygium, Autolycus, would always use all sorts of indirect methods to hint to the Devers that they should choose Apox, the son of Agnes, as the heir to the throne. 2 years ago, at a family banquet, Autolycus, who had drunk a little too much, publicly declared, "Christoia isn't a pure Greek. Greeks in Asia Minor often marry foreigners, and was once a princess of Persia. If her child, Crotocatax, inherits the throne, I'm afraid it will cause public criticism. Moreover, Crotocatax's personality is too gentle, and he's not suitable to inherit the throne. Apox, on the other hand, is intelligent and has a pure bloodline, so he should be a suitable successor to the Devers." After these words were said at the banquet, the Devers flew into a rage. What he hated the most was the interference of others in matters related to the succession of the throne and deliberately stirring up disputes to destroy his family. In his anger, not only did he smash the wine jar in his hand, but he also ordered the guards to chase him out of the mansion, ordering him to return to Lygium immediately and never to come to Turin again. From then on, Autolycus's prestige in the Lygium Council was greatly reduced, and the counselors who usually tried to curry favor with him began to distance themselves from him. Autolycus, who had suffered such a blow, was depressed and drank all day long. One day, he suddenly fell down and fell into a coma. After being rescued, he regained consciousness, but his lower body was paralyzed, and he could not walk. Thinking of these past events, Agnes's expression became gloomy. After all that had happened, she, who had been caught in the middle, was the most uncomfortable. On one hand, she felt very sorry for Christoia, although Christoia later generously expressed that Autolycus's words were drunken and that she did not mind it. She even got along with Agnes as before, but Agnes had always felt guilty. On the other hand, her father had fallen ill from drinking, and she felt that she had to bear part of the responsibility. So this matter had always made her feel guilty. At this moment, she hesitated for a moment and said, "I will ask His Majesty to lift the ban and allow father to come to Turin." Alcibiades shook his head and said, "Agnes, you must not ask His Majesty. You know father's temper. If he doesn't come to Turin, it will be good for you and the children." Hearing this, Agnes opened her mouth, but in the end, she remained silent. Seeing this, Alcibiades comforted her, saying, "Father can't come. You can go to Lygium to see him." Agnes's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, I could go to Lygium. His Majesty shouldn't stop me." The two chatted in the carriage about recent interesting things in Lygium for a while, and then arrived at the king's mansion. As soon as they got out of the carriage, they saw a few figures rushing over. Uncle, uncle. According to blood relations, only Agnes's 2 children had the right to call Alcibiades uncle. However, in order to not let the children become estranged because of this difference in kinship, the Devers had specially talked to Alcibiades and made all the children call him uncle from the start. So the children running at the front were not Apophis and Avia, but Bryance and Eunice. "Uncle, what good gift did you bring us this time?" Bryance said, his eyes staring straight at the pack behind the carriage. Chapter 705. Eunice didn't say anything. She just looked at him eagerly. The reason why Alcibiades was so popular with the children was that he would bring all kinds of gifts for them every time he came. Of course, I brought gifts for all of you this time. However, don't worry. Line up first and take them one by one. Alcibiades smiled and patted Bryant's little head. Line up. Everyone line up. Eunice immediately acted like a big sister. She directed her siblings according to their ages and quickly lined up. Great, Eunice. Alcibiades praised and waved his hand at his subordinates. A servant immediately brought over a pure white pony. Oh, she's so beautiful. Eunice's eyes were glued to the little white pony. This is a pony I bought from the nomadic Bedouins east of Canaan. It's said to be especially good at running. Eunice, she's yours now. Alcibiades said with a smile. Really? That's great. Eunice was extremely excited. She hugged Alcibiades and gave him a big kiss. Uncle, thank you so much. Then, she ran over to lead the pony. The servant quickly handed the reins to Eunice. The pony snorted and then docilely licked Eunice's hand. Eunice cried out excitedly again. Alcibiades touched his face and smiled. He looked back at his nephew. Abalus, do you want a pony too? Abalus tilted his head and revealed a mischievous smile. Uncle, if I want a white pony too, can you give it to me? This observant little fellow, Alcibiades patted his shoulder lovingly and smiled. I don't have a second pony, but I have this. He waved his hand, and a servant brought over 7 or 8 sandpaper rolls. Alcibiades pointed at them and said seriously, there are poems written by the Egyptians, stories about the Egyptian gods, and part of Egypt's past history. I spent a lot of time and effort to buy them from the Greek scholars in Naucratis. If you don't like them, I'll be very sad. Apox immediately gave Alcibiades a strong hug excitedly. Thank you, Uncle. I like it very much. Uncle, where's mine? Bryant asked impatiently. Don't worry, you won't be forgotten, Alcibiades said as the servant walked over. A puppy. Bryant barked excitedly. In the servant's arms, there was a milky white puppy barking. This is a saluki. In Egypt, they're known as the Pharaoh's hound. They're very good at running and are very loyal to their masters. They can catch wild geese and hares, and they even dare to fight crocodiles and hippopotamuses. When you grow up, before Alcibiades could finish, Brian had already picked up the puppy excitedly and ran away. This child, Alcibiades smiled and looked at his niece, Olivia, who was standing in front of him. Olivia, who had always been quiet, widened her eyes and stared straight at the little black cat in another servant's arms. Alcibiades did not say anything else and immediately placed the cat in her arms. Avria hugged the kitten in a flurry. The kitten meowed and rubbed her hand with its whiskers. Olivia thought that it was extremely cute. She looked up and asked Alcibiades, Uncle, what's its name? It doesn't have a name yet. From now on, you're its master. Of course, it's up to you to name it, Alcibiades said with a smile. And so, Olivia stroked the cat gently as she lowered her head and pondered. Brother, I heard that in Egypt, black cats are the incarnations of gods. Agnes, who had been watching from the side, said worriedly, in the hearts of the Egyptians, it's not just black cats. Cows, crocodiles, eagles, leopards. Many animals are objects of reverence, but that doesn't stop them from raising cats and dogs, hunting crocodiles and hippopotamuses. Moreover, this is Dionia, a land under the protection of Hades. The children are the descendants of Hades, so what's there to worry about? Alcibiades said half jokingly and half seriously. Agnes's worry disappeared, and she asked, Did you go to Egypt this time? Alcibiades nodded. Yes, I specially brought a set of high-grade cosmetics for the Egyptian concubines and princesses. I also brought a set for Princess Christoia. Following the direction of Alcibiades' finger, Agnes saw many exquisite-looking large wooden boxes being carefully unloaded from the carts by the slaves. Agnes didn't refuse, and instead said with some joy, Brother, you've really gone to the trouble. At the age of almost 40, she felt her skin begin to loosen, and her hair gradually lose its luster. She really needed to dress up and take care of herself. As far as she knew, in the Mediterranean, the country that was the best in this area was Egypt. They had a long history of thousands of years, a rich lifestyle, and a special environment, desert, sandstorms, and exposure to the sun. Egyptian women, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, placed great importance on beauty and dressing up. Over a long period of time, they designed many cosmetics, skincare products, and ornaments. For example, the Egyptian cosmetics that Alcibiades bought were made up of a variety of ointments and protective oils, mixed with plant juices, flowers, fruits, and herbs to moisturize and mask odors. They were carefully placed in bottles of various sizes, filling up 2 large boxes. This didn't include the cosmetics on the face, such as very finely ground mineral powder mixed with raw ingredients such as cat, hippopotamus, or crocodile fat, used to apply eyeshadow and to draw eyebrows, blush, and lips. This was enough to fill up another large box. There were even more accessories, with wigs being the most important. The Egyptians generally thought that gray hair and natural baldness were extremely unsightly, so they invented wigs and even tried to mix various formulas to help the gray hair regain its original color. These wigs were all made from human hair and plant fiber pads. There were long, short, thick, dense, and all kinds of wigs, filling up another large box. As for the exquisite earrings, necklaces, anklets, hairpins, there were all kinds of them, a dazzling lineup. Alcibiades also carefully bought many tools that the Egyptians used for makeup, such as small tweezers, tongs, small razors, and eyebrow pencils made of ivory. So when Agnes said that he had put in a lot of effort, she wasn't wrong at all. "Hasn't Clotho returned yet? I brought him a present too," Alcibiades asked in a seemingly casual manner. He and Adoris have been summoned to participate in military training. This training will last for 2 days, and they'll spend the night in the barracks. They'll only return the day after tomorrow. Wars are always endless. I hope that Clotho won't be sent to the battlefield, Agnes said with some worry. Clotho Catax was almost 19 years old. As an adult citizen of Dionia, he had already participated in military training for more than a year and was now a reserve soldier of the 1st Legion. When he didn't need to participate in military training, the Devers arranged for him to run errands in the Ministry of Military Affairs so that he could familiarize himself with all aspects of the Ministry of Military Affairs. As for why Adoris was also undergoing military training in Turin, that was because the Devers discovered that the original transfer of Adoris to Legio IV in Crotone was to hide his identity. In fact, the effect wasn't obvious, and instead made Adoris's life and training very inconvenient. So they simply transferred him back to Turin, where he was now a soldier of the 2nd Legion. Alcibiades was slightly disappointed that he wasn't able to see Clotho Catax. He had wanted to get closer to the eldest son of the Devers. From the various signs that Agnes had told him in the past, the Devers might have already made Clotho Catax their heir. Unlike his father, Audiobook, Clotho Catax wasn't worried about this. He knew that Clotho Catax's feelings for Agnes were very deep, even more so than his own mother, Christoia. When Christoia heard that Alcibiades had arrived, she immediately asked the chef to prepare a banquet. Christoia didn't like Alcibiades, and the embarrassing scene 2 years ago had made her very angry. Fortunately, it was only a family gathering, and the Devers had strictly controlled it afterwards, so it wasn't publicized. With Christoia's lofty image in the eyes of the people of Dionia, she didn't think that Alcibiades' words would damage her image in the slightest. Moreover, the Devers had privately expressed many times that Clotho Catax was their heir to the throne, and that they had put in a lot of effort to nurture him. In addition, Agnes had always felt guilty about this, so they treated her with more respect. This allowed Christoia to get along with Agnes, as usual. Agnes' brother, Alcibiades, was completely different from his father. Through Christoia's long-term observation, every time he came to the mansion, he not only treated her with respect, but also gave her endless gifts. He also liked every child, without any obvious bias. Hence, Christoia naturally had to return the favor and entertain him warmly. His Majesty just sent someone back to say that he has some important matters to attend to today, so he'll be back later. He asked Agnes and I to entertain you well as the mistress of the house. Christoia smiled and looked at Agnes, then raised the wine in her hand and said to Alcibiades, "Thank you very much for bringing us so many gifts. which are exactly what we need. Agnes and I would like to offer you our thanks. At the same time, we warmly welcome you." Alcibiades immediately expressed his gratitude. He drank a mouthful of wine and heard Christoia continue. Because of the drought, not only did the wheat seedlings wither, but all kinds of fruit trees were also seriously affected. Even the production of wine has sharply declined, so tonight's food is a little simple. I hope you don't mind. Chapter 706. Alcibiades had long since noticed the food on his table. Meat soup, grilled fish, bread, a small jar of wine. The food was actually quite plentiful, but it was lacking compared to the hospitality he had received in the past. He remembered that the merchants in Ligwim, including himself, still held banquets from time to time, even during the drought, and the food was much more plentiful. He couldn't help but sigh. "It's already very good. I think your meals have been simpler than this since the drought. We're already eating better than most of the people in Dionia. I know that many families can only eat 2 meals a day, and their main food is oatmeal." Agnes said with a sigh. As the priestess of the Temple of Hera, she had learned a lot from the people who came to the temple to worship. Alcibiades was silent. In fact, he knew very well that with the Dever Supreme's status and wealth in Dionia, even during the drought, they could let their entire family live a life of debauchery. However, his brother-in-law was as strict with his family as before and set an example for the people of Dionia. This habit and practice had deeply affected his family. Perhaps only someone like him could become a king. Alcibiades pretended to not care and drank a big mouthful of meat soup, then praised, "Your chef is still the best. No matter how little food there is, the food he makes is still so delicious. You must be tired after rushing all the way from Ligwim. Since it's delicious, eat more and replenish your strength." Christoia said with concern, then said with a sigh, "Thanks to the blessing of Hades, this terrible drought is finally over." She looked at Alcibiades and asked with concern, "I heard that the people of Ligwim rioted because they couldn't afford to buy food, and many nobles and merchants were injured. Your shop wasn't damaged, was it?" "Thanks to His Majesty's prestige, the angry people completely avoided my shop and workshop," Alcibiades said gratefully. This was indeed the truth. The rioting people of Ligwim prayed to the kingdom of Dionia, and naturally would not attack Alcibiades, who was related to the king of Devers by marriage. "Your Ligim council has gone too far. You don't care about the lives of the people at all. You deserve to be attacked by the people. That was her hometown, after all. How could she not be worried when she heard that the people of her hometown were starving? If you had allowed my sister's bank to enter Ligim back then, the people there would have been able to get loans from the bank to buy food." Agnes' words were obviously a little naive. The riots in Ligim were not a matter of whether the people had money or not, but rather the uncontrollable madness of the merchant class. But when Ligwim became a free city of the kingdom of Dionia, one of the conditions made by the people of Ligwim was that the Bank of Christoia should not be allowed to establish itself in Ligwim, because Ligwim was a prosperous city, and usury was an important means of making money for the merchants of Ligwim. If the Bank of Christoia was established in the city, with its interest rate far lower than that of usury, the whole business of usury in Ligwim would soon collapse. Alcibiades awkwardly wiped his face with his hand and suddenly said, "Maybe it won't be long before Christonia Bank enters Ligor." Christonia's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, and she asked in surprise, "Why?" Alcibiades knew that he had said something indiscreet, so he coughed dryly and said apologetically, "I'll have to wait until I see His Majesty the Devers and get his confirmation before I can say anything." Christonia was deep in thought. She took a sip of wine and was about to speak. Bryant's, who was eating at the side, was already shouting with dissatisfaction. "You adults always say things we don't understand. It's so boring. Uncle, you went to Egypt before. Did you see a fish in the Nile River? It can not only swim in the river, but it can also climb on land. It's very fierce, and not only does it eat people, even lions can't beat it. Is that true?" "Brother, you're talking about crocodiles, right?" Apox immediately corrected. Alcibiades laughed. "I'm not too sure if crocodiles can defeat lions, but crocodiles do eat people, and according to the rumors of the Egyptians, crocodiles even ate a great pharaoh. Apox was immediately interested and said, "Uncle, tell us the story." Under the urging of the children, Alcibiades did not refuse in order to avoid Christoia's question. He carefully thought about it and said, "You should all know that the center of Egypt is in Memphis." The children nodded together. At school, the teachers had taught them the basic knowledge in this area. "Then do you know that the Egyptian pharaoh is also known as the king of Upper and Lower Egypt?" Only Apox nodded, and the other children shook their heads. Alcibiades explained patiently, "A long, long time ago, Egypt was not a unified country. It was divided into two countries, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt was located in the downstream area of the Nile River. At that time, because of the floods, swamps and beasts ran rampant, the population was relatively small. Later, the king of Upper Egypt started a war and finally unified Egypt. After many, many years, through the efforts of generations, the Egyptians gradually turned the vast swamps and wetlands of the lower reaches of the Nile River into fertile plains. Among them, there was a pharaoh named Menes who played a very important role. He even built the city of Memphis on this fertile plain and moved his capital to Memphis. Except for Olivia, the other three children were gradually attracted by Alcibiades' story and listened very carefully. Menes was a very successful pharaoh. Under his rule, the kingdom of Egypt became more and more powerful and prosperous. One day, the weather was very hot, but he took his entourage to hunt. Not long after, they felt thirsty, so the group came to the Nile River. Pharaoh Menes asked his men to fetch water, and he sat by the river to rest. In the end, something that looked like a broken tree trunk was floating in the river not far from him. It was actually a crocodile in disguise. It suddenly pounced on Menes, who was not far from him, and bit him. Before his entourage could react, it dragged him into the river. The Egyptians organized an army to search the Nile River, but in the end, they did not find his body. Not long after, the Ammon temple sent out an oracle. King Menes was brought to heaven by the crocodile god because of his great achievements. In the evening, the Devers who returned to the mansion received Alcibiades in the study. This time, you brought many gifts for Crystal, Agnes, and the children. They are very happy. The children even prefer to see you, not me, their father. The Devers said jokingly, "Your Majesty, it's not easy for me to come here. Buying these gifts was something that I did in passing. It didn't cost much, and I'm very happy to make them happy," Alcibiades said hurriedly. To the children, "You're a good uncle." To Crystal and Agnes, "You're a good relative." To me, the Devers smiled slightly. "You've done very well. Agnes has told me about her wanting to go to Lygium to see your father. I basically agreed, but not now. The situation in Lygium is very chaotic and not very safe. What measures does your council plan to take to stabilize the situation?" At this point, the Devers finally got to the point. Alcibiades blushed with shame and said in a low voice, "The council has been debating whether to suppress the riots. Until now, they haven't come up with a concrete plan. Are you going to ask the Senate of Dionia to send troops to suppress the people of Lygium?" A sneer flashed across Devers' lips. In fact, he knew the situation in Lygium like the back of his hand. This time, the riots in Lygium were partly due to the intelligence department under him. According to the laws of Dionia, as a free city, Lygium could not have its own army, of course, as the main body of a city's army. Most of the ordinary citizens had participated in the riots. Under normal circumstances, the kingdom could not interfere with the internal affairs of its city. Therefore, if Lygium wanted to use the army to quickly suppress the riots, it could only apply to the kingdom of Dionia. Alcibiades smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's very cruel to stab one's own people with a spear. It's not just me. Some of the clear-headed people in Lygium don't agree with this." "Oh," the Devers was slightly surprised and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "Your Majesty, I believe you know very well that the Lygium Council's management of the city has been very chaotic for the past 2 years. Many people don't want to manage the city well, but want to use power to satisfy their own selfish desires. Therefore, After they are elected through various fraudulent means, they often make proposals that are beneficial to their interests and detrimental to the development of the city. Many public positions in the city are held by their relatives or people who have no ability but have bribed them. Lijum seems to be prosperous, but in fact, the people have been dissatisfied with it for a long time. The drought this time only made the people's anger explode, Alcibiades said with a pained expression. The Devers listened calmly. Of course, he knew the situation in Lijum very well. In fact, if it wasn't for Adelaide Cruz's illness, the political situation in Lijum would be better. After all, he had the ability and prestige to control the council. Now, none of the elected generals and councillors in Lijum could control the overall situation. As a result, the riots had been happening for a few days, yet the council could not come up with a decent measure. Chapter 707. We can't let this situation continue in Lijum. Alcibiades suddenly raised his voice and said, I've discussed with some people and decided to unite the people of Lijum. We'll hold an emergency citizens meeting and vote together for Lijum to be fully integrated into the kingdom of Dionia. Hearing this, the Devers could no longer hide the surprise on his face. He leaned towards Alcibiades and asked, Is your father behind this? He knew Alcibiades, his brother-in-law. He was very talented in business, but he was not very interested in politics. Such an important matter that would determine the future of Lijum would be difficult to implement without the strong push of a famous and capable politician. My father is not very interested in the politics of Lijum now, and he doesn't have the energy to do these things. Alcibiades glanced at the Devers and said, This matter was proposed by General Phaeton, and he is the one who pushed it. Phaeton. The Devers touched his chin. He had been paying attention to this person. The general who led the army of Lijum made a great contribution in the war against Syracuse. After the war, he was also respected by the people of Lijum. For several years, he was elected as the general of Lijum, and for 1 year, he was the chief general of Lijum. However, even though he was resolute and decisive on the battlefield, he frequently suffered setbacks in the political arena. His proposals often failed to pass the Senate, and his ability to govern was criticized by many people. There were also scandals that his relatives used his power to accept bribes and gain benefits. Phaeton took the blame and resigned, and in a fit of anger, he announced that he would no longer hold any public office in Lijum. According to some inside information obtained by Aristaeus' intelligence department, Atiri Cruz was secretly behind the criticism of Phaeton in the Parliament of Lijum. The Devers' father-in-law, who had a strong desire for power, obviously did not want to see Phaeton, whose prestige had greatly increased, control the politics of Lijum. Alcibiades saw that the Devers did not speak, and thought that the king was doubtful that Phaeton alone could successfully implement this matter. So he emphasized again, not only Phaeton, but also some merchants have clearly expressed their support. Then Alcibiades named several people. The Devers were surprised. These people, like Alcibiades, were famous merchants in Lijum. Were they not worried that after Lijum was fully integrated into the kingdom of Dionia, they would lose some of the rights they used to enjoy? Alcibiades saw the Devers' doubts and explained, Your Majesty, Lijum is too small for us. We want to become real merchants of Dionia and have greater business in the entire Mediterranean. We firmly believe that after the war between Dionia and Carthage, the merchants of Dionia will have an unprecedented and precious opportunity to set foot in a trade area that they have never set foot in before. Alcibiades was a little excited. So that was it. It was not that they cared about the people, but that they were driven by profit. As merchants of the free city, they naturally could not have the same rights as the merchants of Dionia. The Devers smiled and said, It seems that you are more confident about the upcoming war between the kingdom and Carthage than I am. Merchants are indeed the most adventurous. Did you come into contact with Sostatus? Alcibiades nodded and felt a little nervous. He knew that the critical moment had arrived. The Devers said in a deep voice, Then you must know the difficulties that the kingdom will face once this war starts, and the efforts that Sostatus and his people will make to help Dionia win this war. Alcibiades said without hesitation, We merchants of Lijum have more financial resources than the Turians. If the Turians can do it, we could do it too. If the Turians can't do it, we can do it too." The Devers did not say anything easily. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Very well. I hope that the merchants of Lijum can prove it to me. Your Majesty, you will see it very soon." Alcibiades said confidently. While Alcibiades was talking to the children about ancient Egypt, the foreign minister of Dionia, Ansitanos, had arrived at the oldest kingdom in the eastern Mediterranean, Egypt. Egypt had established a unified kingdom more than 2,000 years ago. Its economy was prosperous, its national power was strong, and it had created a splendid culture. It was once the most powerful country in the entire Mediterranean. However, as time passed, its national power began to decline, and other races in the Mediterranean began to rise. Thus, the Egyptians' bad luck arrived. The Hyksos, Libyans, Assyrians, Persia, one after another, they invaded and finally ruled the most valuable land in the African continent. The Persia king appointed his loyal subordinates as the governors of Egypt. He squeezed the Persia and plundered their wealth to satisfy the extravagant lives of the Persian nobles and provide the material foundation for the further expansion of the Persia. The Egyptians were not willing to be ruled and oppressed by the other races. In 100 years, they rebelled many times. During this time, in 460 BC, Athens was at its most powerful. Athens' navy pressured Persia to the east, forcing them to shrink their defense line. In the south, they faced the army of Peloponnesus and won the 2 battles at Aegina and Megara. Athens even called this year the Year of Glory. At this time, the Libyans in Lower Egypt revolted and tried to overthrow Persia's rule. They asked the powerful Athens for help. Athens agreed and sent a navy of 200 warships to Egypt. At first, they won some victories and even captured the city of Memphis. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. Many Athens citizens and allies died on Egyptian soil. In 404 BC, Persia's ruler, Darius II, died. Little Cyrus fought with his brother Artaxerxes for the throne. The civil strife in Persia gave the Egyptians an opportunity. This time, it was still an uprising led by the Libyans in the Nile Delta. Their leader was called Amyrtanius. In the end, he succeeded and drove out the Persia and became the pharaoh of Egypt. But after only 4 years, he was usurped by one of his ministers, Nepherd, who then passed the throne to Harker. During Harker's reign, Sparta first attacked Persia, and then the War of Corinth broke out in Greece. After the peace of the king, Persia's king, Artaxerxes, finally recovered. In the 8th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 386 BC, he sent an army under the command of Phanabotsos in an attempt to recapture Egypt again. Phanabotsos even hired Greeks to participate in the battle, and their leader was the Athenian general Iphicrates. However, there were conflict between the Persians and the Greeks, and they did not cooperate well. After 3 years of fighting, Harker drove the Persia army out of Egypt. Egypt was temporarily safe, but last year, Phanabotsos fell seriously ill and was unable to preside over the government, leading to political instability. At the beginning of this year, his son Nepheritis hurriedly ascended the throne, but soon there was unrest in the country. In the end, Nectaneb, a general from the city of Bubastis in the northwest of the Nile Delta, seized the throne and became the new pharaoh of Egypt. Ansitanos recalled what he knew about the major events that had happened in Egypt over the years, especially this year, which was a tumultuous year for the Egyptians. Nectaneb had only been the Egyptian pharaoh for 4 months, and the political situation was still unstable. As the emissary of Dionia, he came to Egypt at this time, hoping to establish friendly relations. In fact, it was not the best time, but the situation forced him. Meanwhile, the Dionian steamer in which he was embarked, having passed the checkpoint at the mouth of the Carnaubik, had smoothly ascended the Carnaubik, a tributary of the Nile on the west side of the Lower Nile. It was now the end of October, past the flood season in Egypt, so the river was so calm that there was almost no movement. Ships sailing against the current did not need to be pulled by trackers on the riverbank. Rich Egypt benefited from the Nile, which rose and fell regularly every year. Every summer, when the rainy season came, the Blue Nile, which flowed through the Ethiopian highlands to the south of Egypt, swelled, carrying away a lot of sand in the valley. When the flood peak reached the Nile Valley, the flood overflowed the riverbed and flooded the land on both sides. The sand and organic matter in the river seeped into the soil, making the land on both sides of the Nile always dark and fertile. This was even more so in the Nile Delta downstream. When the Nile flooded, it could even turn the vast coastal lowlands into an ocean. And now, although the Nile had begun to recede and the riverbank was still full of puddles and mud covered with water plants, the Egyptian farmers had begun to take care of their fields. They were bare-chested, barefooted, with only a piece of linen wrapped around their crotches. Some farmers built mud dams on the banks to keep the remaining river water in their fields as much as possible. Some cleaned up the water weeds and other miscellaneous items in the fields and caught a few fish in the puddles as an extra harvest. Some had already driven the oxen to start plowing their fields. Many papyrus boats were shuttling back and forth along the river, bringing farming tools, food, and wheat seeds to the peasant women working on the banks. Ansetanos also noticed that neatly dressed men with pen and paper could often be seen on the edge of the fields. They should be the pharaoh's scribes. They were estimating how the flood season would affect the next year's harvest, and, at the same time, supervising the farmers' work. Agriculture was the backbone of Egypt, and the pharaoh's emphasis on agriculture was far more important than other Mediterranean countries. But it also showed that the new pharaoh had begun to exercise his authority, which made Ansetanos less worried. Chapter 708. "My lord, look over there," the captain shouted in surprise. It turned out that an Egyptian herdsman was herding a herd of cows to graze on the beach, but he did not expect that a crocodile was lurking there, and it almost bit the calves. The herdsman panicked and tried to chase the crocodile away, but he realized that the crocodile was not big, so he wanted to kill it. He ordered his hounds to harass the crocodile to prevent it from escaping back into the river, while he held a wooden stick and began to attack it cautiously. The thrilling scene soon attracted the attention of the papyrus boats and the farmers nearby. They gathered around with pickaxes in their hands to watch the show. Someone even shouted, "Hey, do you need my help? But you have to give me some points after you kill the crocodile." It was rare for the farmers to have a moment of leisure in their busy and boring work. At noon, Ansetanos and the others passed by a city, Naucratis. It was an Egyptian town that had a lot to do with the Greeks. More than 200 years ago, the Egyptians, with the full support of Greek mercenaries from Ionia and Calia, overthrew the rule of Assyria and gained independence. Pharaoh Psammetichus accepted the Greeks who had made great contributions and built the Daphni Castle in the eastern part of the Nile Delta for the Greek soldiers to live in. He also issued an order to open Egypt's trade to the outside world and allow the Greeks to live in Egypt permanently. Therefore, the Mylians built a processing workshop by the Cherubic River. As the Greeks continued to arrive, a Greek town gradually grew around the workshop area, named Naucratis, meaning Queen of Sea. For a long time, the colonial city had become a common port for all Greek merchants, even under the current rule of Persia. In the past, Alcibiades had also conducted his trade here. Seeing the people in the port area wearing the familiar Greek costumes, Ansetanos felt even more at home. However, his boat did not stop there. Instead, it continued to move forward. Finally, at dusk, the ship passed through the Nile Delta and entered the wider Nile River. The sky was already dark, and the captain was not familiar with the river, so he did not dare to go further. He could only stop by the shore and go to hire trackers. Ansetanos and his subordinates spent the night on the boat. Listening to the splashing sound of the Nile and the weird sounds of animals on the shore or in the river, it was a strange experience for the young people, but for Ansetanos, who was already more than 50 years old, it was quite a torture. In particular, the mosquito bites really made him suffer. He only fell into a deep sleep late at night due to exhaustion. The next day, he forced himself to stay awake and continued to move forward. A few hours later, the ship passed by the ancient town of Giza. When Ansetanos looked to the west bank and saw the outlines of the great pyramids on the plateau of Giza, his spirits rose. At noon, the passenger ship finally entered Memphis, the capital of Egypt. There were more ships shuttling on the Nile River near Memphis, but it was rare to see the delicate papyrus ships. Instead, it was more of a long, narrow wooden ship with a canopy in the middle, with many oarsmen, and the length of the ship ranged from a few meters to tens of meters. Of course, there were occasionally large, tall, and spacious passenger ships. When Antipanos was on the ship, he was amazed by the tall outer wall of Memphis, which was nearly 15 meters high. From outside the city, there were almost no buildings in the city, except for the towering obelisks and the palace in the center of the city. Because the pharaoh had received a message from the checkpoint at the mouth of the Karabic River in advance, the Dionia passenger ship was allowed to enter the dock in the inner city. This is a good sign, Antipanos thought to himself. Antipanos disembarked at the dock, where a carriage was already waiting. After getting on the carriage, under the driver's control, the carriage sped toward the palace. The inner city was where the prominent Egyptian officials, high priests of various temples, wealthy nobles, and members of the royal family gathered. Therefore, along the way, one could see magnificent temples, luxurious official residences, and mansions next to each other, showing the grandeur and luxury of the ancient capital. The carriage traveled on the wide and straight road. According to Antipanos' visual estimation, the road was wide enough for a dozen carriages to travel side by side. At the end of the road, an even taller wall lay in front of him. That was where the Egyptian palace was located. When passing through the majestic gate, Antipanos roughly estimated that the wall was more than 10 meters thick, which showed how concerned the pharaoh was about his own safety. As the carriage continued forward, he could see dozens of towering golden statues standing on both sides of the road, each about 20 meters tall. Although they had the bodies of humans, they had the heads of animals. Antipanos knew that these statues should be the gods that the Egyptians worshipped. At the end of these huge statues, a magnificent palace stood towering, making Antipanos, who got off the carriage and stood in front of the steps, feel small. On the top of the 100 steps, on both sides of the main entrance of the palace, there was a huge white goat statue. They lay on their stomachs, looking down at the guests outside the palace with their eyes wide open, making the center of Egypt less solemn and mysterious, but also more elegant and peaceful. An official led a team of mighty guards, walked down the steps with steady steps, and said, "Messenger from the kingdom of Dionia, the great pharaoh is waiting in the main hall. Please follow me to see him." Antipanos bowed and opened his hands, letting the guards check if he was carrying any weapons. Antipanos walked up the steps, passed through the huge pillars, and walked into the main hall. The 4 extremely smooth walls were complemented with glossy plaster and painted with colorful floral decorations. On the smooth marble floor, there were lively lotus flowers, aquatic plants, birds, and animals, as if he was in the fresh nature. In addition, there were all kinds of strange and exquisite gold and silver utensils in the hall, making the entire main hall look magnificent. Pharaoh Nectaneb sat high on the throne. This general-born pharaoh was tall and strong, with dark skin. He usually liked to wear the red-striped Neem's headscarf, which symbolized his identity as a pharaoh, which was simple and elegant. However, he obviously valued this audience very much. So he wore the most orthodox red and white crown, which symbolized the unity of the 2 powers, and a gold-made uras, a type of Egyptian cobra, decorated his forehead. At the same time, he also wore a fake beard and held a scepter in his right hand. On his left sat the queen, a golden goose tiara clasped lightly on her head, and her outstretched wings pressed down her straight black hair so that it fell on her chest. She was wearing an expensive brooch and a gorgeous dress, looking graceful and luxurious. Antipanos knew that Egyptian women had a higher social status, especially the queen, and even participated in state affairs. But today was the first time he saw a woman appear in a major state event, and he was slightly surprised. He did not know that it was precisely because the queen was not of royal blood that Pharaoh Nectaneb frequently let her appear in state events to improve her status and stabilize his and his family's rule. There were many ministers and generals standing on both sides of the main hall. and they all looked curiously at Ansitanos, who walked into the main hall. Ansitanos stood calmly in front of the throne and bowed respectfully. As a Greek scholar, he had to study historical materials from all over the world. When he was young, Ansitanos specially bought Egyptian slaves and studied Egyptian writing and language seriously. At this moment, he spoke loudly in standard Egyptian. "Honorable Lord of Upper and Lower Egypt, I bring the friendly greetings of the king of the Devers of the kingdom of Dionia, and at the same time, I offer generous gifts to express his sincere congratulations. Congratulations on being favored by Godamon and becoming the master of Egypt." As soon as Ansitanos finished speaking, the minister closest to the pharaoh came forward and whispered a few words to the pharaoh. Pharaoh Nectaneb heard that the gift from Dionia were a large number of spears, swords, shields, armors, and even a few three-tiered or warships docked at the mouth of the river. He was very satisfied. Egypt now did not lack food, nor did it lack gold, silver, and jewelry. What it lacked was better weapons and soldiers. Therefore, there was also a smile on his face. "Thank you very much for the sincere blessings and generous gifts from the king of the Devers of the West. Although Egypt and Dionia are far apart, I have heard many times about the prestige of the kingdom of Dionia and the bravery of the king of the Devers. I am very happy to be greeted by a king who also has the noble blood of the gods. Egyptians believe that the pharaoh is the incarnation of the gods, and the pharaoh often publicly claims that he is the son of Ra. I warmly welcome your visit. Messenger of Dionia." Pharaoh Nectaneb stood up, stretched out his left hand, and made a welcoming gesture. What he said was not polite words, but he did have a little understanding of the kingdom of Dionia. Although among the city-states and countries along the Mediterranean coast, the Egyptians were the most closed and conservative. They prefer to work on the land rather than sail ships and trade. Therefore, to this day, many Egyptian officials probably did not know that there was a kingdom of Dionia in the Mediterranean Sea. But Pharaoh Nectaneb was different. Before becoming a pharaoh, he guarded the town of Sais for many years. Sais was not far from Naucratis, so he had heard many magical rumors about the kingdom of Dionia from Greek merchants who came to Naucratis to trade. "Dear Pharaoh," Ansitanos continued Nectaneb's words and continued, "although Dionia and Egypt are far apart, because of this, there has never been any conflict of interest between the two countries. On the contrary, they can make up for each other's shortcomings. Therefore, the king of the Devers hopes that Dionia can establish a more friendly relationship with the country ruled by the pharaoh." Chapter 709. Just a friendly exchange? Pharaoh Nectanebo sat down again, his eyes gleaming brightly. Nectanebo's rhetorical question stunned Ansitanos, but the pharaoh continued, "Why not form an alliance?" Ansitanos was really stunned this time. He did not expect Nectanebo to be so direct. Nectanebo did not care about his surprise and said seriously, "As far as I know, the citizens of Dionia are mainly Greeks. Egypt and Greece have always been friendly, and the city of Naucratis is the proof. Over the past few decades, the Greeks have helped Egypt fight against the tyrannical Persia many times. Today, there are many graves of the Athens people outside Memphis. Those are the sacrifices that the Greeks made when they joined forces with us to fight against Persia 70 years ago. We need to continue this friendship," Nectanebo said with a slightly emotional tone. He had obviously ignored the fact that the Athens people were hired by Persia to attack Egypt a few years ago. It turned out that the Egyptians hoped to form an alliance with Dionia to help them defend against Persia's attack. Ansitanos was no longer surprised why Nectanebo would talk about the alliance so urgently, although this diplomatic option was originally in his and the Devers' plan. But Ansitanos would never know that in the eyes of Nectanebo, the threat of Persia to Egypt was not just a potential threat, but a real and present danger. In the first half of this turmoil, some Egyptian officials in the towns of the Nile River Delta secretly sent secret letters to the land of Canaan, which was under the rule of Persia, adjacent to the eastern border of Egypt, in an attempt to surrender to Persia and let it reoccupy Egypt. This included some people in Memphis. Although the Persia people had been defeated by Egypt for more than 20 years, they had never stopped alienating and enticing the Egyptians. The governor of Persia in Asia Minor, Phanabotsos, had been rebuilding warships and gathering soldiers for the past few years. Although the spies reported that this year, the governor of Persia, Phanabotsos, had been summoned by the king of Persia and had led his troops to Babylon. But Nectanebo had never forgotten that a few years ago, it was this governor of Persia who had led his army to burn and loot in Egypt. Although he was defeated in the end, he did not suffer much loss and could make a comeback at any time. If it weren't for Nectanebo's slogan of preferential treatment for the monks, Pharaoh Hakal had restricted the monks from owning too much land and farm, which won the support of the Egyptian temple priests. Nectanebo's army would have been unstoppable. Even the army stationed in Memphis surrendered to him, and he quickly stabilized Lower Egypt in just a few months. As for Upper Egypt, which was centered around the Thebes, it was still the world of the priests. After Antipanos realized what the pharaoh was really worried about, he immediately said solemnly, "Although Persia is far away from our Dionia, it also has its claws in the western Mediterranean, Carthage. This Phoenician state has been continuously sending gold and silver from the Iberian Peninsula to Tyre for decades, thus providing the king of Persia with funds for expansion and invasion, thus becoming extremely rich. As a new kingdom, our Dionia held the principle of living in harmony with our neighboring countries. More than 10 years ago, we signed a friendly agreement with Carthage, but we did not expect it to secretly support the neighboring forces of Dionia and constantly go against Dionia. After its plots were thwarted one after another, the people of Carthage actually tore up the friendly agreement with Dionia and threatened to wage war against Dionia. Therefore, Dionia is willing to form an alliance with Egypt to help each other and defend against the invasion of Persia and its affiliated forces." Pharaoh Nectanebo was surprised because this had just happened, and he had not received the news yet. He knew about Carthage. It was a powerful city-state established by the Phoenicians in the western Mediterranean. Their merchant ships often passed the Sea of Egypt and even traded with the coastal towns of Egypt. The Egyptians had long known that some Carthage ships carried gold and silver, but they had never thought of intercepting them. This was because the Egyptian army was not strong and the navy was even weaker. In addition to the Egyptians not liking to sail, the lack of dense forests in Egypt was an important reason. Therefore, the Egyptians could only make small papyrus ships. If they wanted to have large wooden warships, they could only buy them from abroad. Therefore, Pharaoh Nectanebo immediately asked with concern, "I heard that Carthage is very powerful and has a powerful navy. If Dionia and Carthage go to war, can you win?" "Dear Pharaoh," Antipanos said with a smile, "more than 10 years ago, the Greek overlord of the western Mediterranean, Syracuse, defeated Carthage one after another, forcing it to sign a humiliating peace treaty. However, this Syracuse that defeated Carthage suffered a crushing defeat when they attacked Ionia. We defeated Syracuse's powerful navy through a frontal naval battle, and we defeated Syracuse's powerful army through a frontal battle. In the end, Syracuse became an ordinary city-state in Sicily. Now, the land and population of the Kingdom of Dionia have increased several times compared to more than 10 years ago. How can Carthage be a match for us? The cunning Carthage only dared to declare war because we, Dionia, have encountered drought this year and do not have enough food to supply the army." Antipanos' words were impassioned, and his words also hinted at the predicament that Dionia was currently facing. While Pharaoh Nectanebo was pondering, the minister who spoke to him before suddenly interrupted, "Egypt and Dionia have become allies. If one day the Persia army invades Egypt, will Dionia send an army thousands of miles to Egypt to fight against the Persia?" Antipanos put on a proud posture and replied, "When Dionia was just established, we once risked destruction to declare war against a powerful enemy because our ally was invaded. In the short history of Dionia's establishment of nearly 20 years, more than half of the wars that took place were because of the invasion of our ally. In order to fulfill the covenant, Dionia had to fight against powerful enemies again and again. Fortunately, we won in the end. If you ask a person from the Western Mediterranean, what is the greatest advantage of the kingdom of Dionia? He will definitely tell you. Dionia keeps its promises and never betrays its allies. I've heard this sentence from the Greek merchants in Naucrates. Pharaoh Nectaneb spoke. When he was a general, he had heard this rumor. It was only after learning that the envoy of Dionia had arrived that he thought of forming an alliance. The Egyptian army was not strong. A few years ago, it was also with the help of more than 2,000 Greek mercenaries that they managed to hold the line of defense. Therefore, he believed that Dionia was the best choice for Egypt to form an alliance with a country that was stronger, more trustworthy, and far away from Egypt. Ansetanos did not expect that the thing that the king of Devers had been insisting and promoting would blossom in the distant Egypt. But he was happy about it. Pharaoh Nectaneb put his scepter on the ground and said loudly, "In return for the generous gift from the king of Devers, I will return it with 100 ships of wheat. And after Egypt and Dionia form an alliance, Egypt will continue to provide Dionia with free grain to solve the food shortage of the people of Dionia." Ansetanos, who had always been restrained, could not control the joy on his face at this time. For the pharaohs and ministers present, they did not feel that it was a big loss. Egypt had a lot of grain. With the blessing of the Nile River, Egypt had a bumper harvest. The vast number of Egyptian farmers had to hand over most of their harvest. The granaries and temples of various towns were filled with grain that had been collected, and some had even become moldy from being piled up for too long. After finalizing the alliance, Pharaoh Nectaneb also warmly invited Ansetanos to have lunch in the palace garden. After arriving at the garden, Ansetanos' eyes widened. In front of him was a huge, artificial lake. The surface of the lake was covered with mist, lotus leaves, and blooming lotus flowers. Beside the lake was a lush garden where all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, as well as rare animals, could be seen everywhere. Pharaoh Nectaneb and Ansetanos had a meal on a huge wooden boat in the lake. They ate fine wine and food, chatted about the past and the present, and there were beautiful maids accompanying them. For a moment, the guests and the host were happy. At the same time that the foreign minister of Dionia, Ansetanos, arrived in Egypt, an important meeting was being held in the city hall of Cadani in Sicily. The participants were Prososus, Leotychides, the commander of the 8th Legion of Dionia, Flarios, the commander of the 3rd Fleet, Cypros, the governor of Cadani, Myron, the governor of Naxos, Amicles, the governor of Messina, Aparosia, the governor of Sicily, Crelu, the governor of Hena, Hebida. In addition, the chief generals of the 2 allied city-states, Leontini and Tanis, were also participating. Logically speaking, the people present were all leaders of various cities, and there was not much difference in their positions. Referring to the many innovations that the king of Devers had in handling government affairs in the past, one of the smart ways to deal with this was to implement a round-table conference so that there was no difference in status. However, Cypros was sitting at the head of the table, with Prososus on his left. This made the governors who were familiar with Cypros's character grumble in their hearts, but even if they were a little dissatisfied, they did not show it on their faces. Cypros looked around at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "My lords, you all know that a few days ago, our 1st Legion has gathered to the north to help the Wersea people resist the Rome people. If the Carthage people fulfill what they said when they tore up the agreement, then they will soon declare war on us and send their troops to Sicily. In fact, the signs from Carthage indicate that the Carthage people are indeed preparing for war. In order to understand the situation of our war preparations in Sicily, so that His Majesty and the Senate can control the overall situation of the war and formulate a better strategy, His Majesty has sent Sir Felicius of the Ministry of Military Affairs to Sicily to inspect. Now, please welcome Sir Felicius." All the governors were stunned. Felicius had come to Sicily, and they had not been informed in advance. Chapter 7:10. At this moment, Felicius strode into the hall and nodded to everyone with a smile. He then politely declined Cypros's offer of the main seat and stood beside him. Myron could not help but frown at this. Felicius looked around at the crowd and said humbly, "Before I came, His Majesty had solemnly told me, you can only bring your eyes and ears when you go to Sicily." So, I'm not here to supervise you, nor will I interfere with any of your arrangements. If you have any needs or suggestions, you can pass them on to His Majesty and the Senate through me. But before you start the meeting, I have two important appointments signed by His Majesty and the Senate. Felicius's expression became serious as he said this. He raised a papyrus scroll tied with a black rope in his right hand. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on it. Only Cypros and Leotychides remained calm, because they already knew the contents. Felicius unrolled the papyrus scroll and read aloud. In view of the possibility of Carthage launching a large-scale attack on Sicily, in order to better concentrate all the forces of the cities of Sicily and the Allied states, provide logistical assistance and support to the combat forces more effectively and quickly, and better coordinate the defense of the cities, after discussion with the Senate, I have decided to appoint Cypros as the wartime governor of the Kingdom of Dionia in Sicily, as well as the governor of Carthage. He will be responsible for all administrative affairs in Sicily and actively cooperate with the combat forces in the war against Carthage. I hope that the governors of the cities of Sicily will obey the governor's orders. His name will be King of Devers. As soon as Felicius finished reading, there was a slight sigh and breathing in the hall. A wartime governor. This was a top official position that was far more powerful than the governor. Since the founding of Dionia, this was only the second time such a position had appeared, which showed how precious it was. The previous wartime governor, Sidorum, was already one of the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate and often participated in important meetings in the palace. Everyone looked at Cypros enviously, while Felicius handed the letter of appointment to Myron, who was on Cypros's right, and asked him to pass it down to verify its authenticity. Myron glanced at the papyrus roll with mixed feelings. The 2 seals of the King of Devers and the Senate were clearly reflected in his eyes. Although there was jealousy in his heart, he had to admit that Cypros had a greater advantage in becoming a wartime governor compared to himself. After all, Catani, which he was in charge of, had far exceeded the other towns in Sicily in terms of population and land. Catani had replaced Syracuse as the largest city in Sicily. Moreover, Cypros had been in Sicily for almost 7 years and was more familiar with the situation here than he was. After all, Myron had fought side by side with Cypros, and they had a good relationship. After he took office in Naxos, he even received a lot of help from Cypros, so he sighed and said softly, "I have no objection." Even the governor of the second largest city of Dionia in Sicily, Milan, who had outstanding qualifications and achievements, said so no one else would object. Felicius took out another papyrus roll. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up again. Who would it be this time? What position would it be? I hereby appoint Prososus, the commander of the 8th Legion, as the commander of Sicily. He will be responsible for commanding all the land troops of Dionia and their allies in Sicily to fight against the Carthage people. Signed, Devers. The content of this appointment was very short. That was because this was a military appointment, and the Devers could make the decision directly without going through the Senate. Moreover, there is only one senior army general in Sicily, Prososus, and other administrative officials would not argue with him. So, the Devers did not need to explain in detail. Therefore, after listening to this, there was no unusual emotion, only a slight disappointment. The appointment was over just like that. When Felicius finished reading, he turned his head to look at Leotychides. He was the first senior general to be appointed as a commander, but the failure at the Battle of Ramato River cast a shadow over his military career. In the face of the latecomer, there was only hope and encouragement in his eyes. Congratulations, Commander Prososus. I hope that you will win the war in Sicily under the protection of Hades. Prososus nodded to express his gratitude and took the letter of appointment. His face was still expressionless, but his heart was surging. After staying in Dionia for more than 10 years, he had finally become a regional commander. This was the highest position in the Dionysian army. The commander-in-chief and the commander-in-chief could only be held by the king of Devers, and he could command tens of thousands of soldiers in battle. He was no less than a king of Sparta. Thank you, your majesty and the Senate for your trust in me. Now, with Carthage tearing up the friendly agreement, Sicily is not only the territory of Dionia, but also the other Greek city-states will suffer a great crisis. I hope that I can get the full help of all of you and your friendly city-states to assist Commander Prososus in thwarting the ambition of the Carthage to encroach on Sicily. The newly appointed wartime governor, Cypros, made his announcement with great emotion. Next, I would like to invite Commander Prososus to analyze the military situation before the war. Leotychides immediately stood up and walked to the large map of Sicily that had long been hung on the wall. He picked up a slender wooden stick by the wall and said, "Everyone, according to the analysis of the Ministry of Military Affairs, according to the current national strength of Carthage, it can send at least 100,000 troops. If we include the troops in the hands of Governor Margo in the Iberian Peninsula, it can send at least 150,000 troops to Sicily." 150,000 troops? Everyone present, including Myron, could not help but be stunned. Of course, although the Carthage army has a large number of troops, the combat effectiveness of their soldiers is far inferior to our legions. I am afraid that more than half of their soldiers are Namibians, Mauritanians, Iberians, and mercenaries from other places. Leotychides continued, "I think that it is impossible for Carthage to send so many troops at once. At most, it will not exceed 100,000 troops." This number was the conclusion that Leotychides came up with based on the previous two wars between Carthage and Dionysius Syracuse. He pointed at the western end of Sicily on the map with a wooden stick. The Carthage army is likely to land in Lille or Eryx. They have two routes of attack. One is along the northern coastline of Sicily, marching to Messina. There are not many Greek city-states along this route, and none of them are strong. However, the northern mountains and forests are dense, and the coastline is narrow, making it impossible for Carthage to deploy their forces. Back then, when Dionysius had a great military advantage, it took him a long time to attack Carthage along the northern coastline. Therefore, I think that the northern coastline will not be the main direction of attack for Carthage. The other route of attack is along the southern coastline of Sicily. The terrain here is relatively flat, and it can accommodate the spread of the army. In the past, this has been the main route of attack for Carthage and Syracuse. I think this time will not be an exception, Leotychides said with certainty. He pointed at the map with a wooden stick in his hand. Minoa, Agrigento, Gela, Kamalina. Although there are many Greek city-states along the southern coastline, and they are relatively strong, I don't think they can withstand the attack of Syracuse's army for a long time, and I don't plan to send reinforcements to these city-states. As soon as this was said, there were whispers in the hall. The chief administrator of Messina, Amicles, raised an objection. Although these Greek city-states have not formed an alliance with Dionia on the surface, they have always maintained friendly relations with our kingdom, and trade is frequent. They have also actively cooperated with some of our operations in Sicily, such as targeting the Sicir people and isolating Syracuse. Therefore, they can be considered as a de facto alliance. Once the war breaks out, they will definitely seek help from Dionia. According to the tradition of the kingdom, how can we just sit back and do nothing? Amicle's words echoed the thoughts of the chief administrators. After all, they had a good relationship with the higher-ups of the Greek city-states during their time in office. Leotychides was unmoved. He said coldly, "Since there is no alliance agreement, there is no violation of it. We don't have a lot of troops in Sicily. There are only about 20,000 soldiers in the 8th Legion, including the reserve soldiers. If we carry out an emergency mobilization, the number of soldiers can be increased to about 50,000. However, if we do that, almost all the young men in the kingdom's territory in Sicily will be mobilized, which will seriously affect the upcoming winter sowing and the daily order of the entire region. I don't think this is what the administrators and His Majesty want to see. Moreover, even if we gather so many soldiers and send reinforcements to Gela or Agrigento, it will easily lead to a stalemate with Syracuse's army. On one hand, can the cities in Sicily bear the pressure of the food supply caused by the long stalemate? On the other hand, if the food supply line is stretched and the military strength in the territory is empty, It will be a disaster for the troops we send out and the cities in the territory if we encounter a surprise attack from the enemy. Everyone was moved by Leotychides' heavy tone. What attracted their attention was that the wooden stick in Leotychides' hand was pointing at a city icon on the map, Syracuse. Syracuse is the only city-state in Sicily that doesn't have any dealings with us. However, it is not weak and occupies an important strategic position in the east. A few days ago, it did not respond to the messenger we sent to request an alliance. It is obvious that it has a grudge against Ionia. According to the information we received, Carthage's men have been seen in the Syracuse port area. This has aroused our vigilance. We must be careful that Syracuse will become the Tarentum of the southern Italian war. Chapter 711. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Syracuse is indeed worthy of our vigilance, Cypros said solemnly. Everyone else's expression also changed. Carthage was already too much for them to handle, and now Syracuse, who was not weak at all. The agreement with Sparta and Carthage allowed Syracuse to survive the defeat of the Southern Italian War, but now it had become a fishbone stuck in the throat of the Kingdom of Ionia in Sicily. As long as Syracuse dares to declare war on us, then we will destroy it, Creus said with hatred. But we have to wait until we defeat Carthage's army, Leotychides said in a low voice. With our current forces in Sicily, we can't fight against two enemies at the same time. Myron stared at the map and asked thoughtfully, General Prososus, it seems that you have already regarded Syracuse as an enemy. If we have to face the allied forces of Carthage and Syracuse in the future, what is your plan? Carthage and Syracuse were archenemies. Would they form an alliance? Some people were shocked. Leotychides did not pay attention to the people's expressions, but focused on the map as well. He then said his idea, My plan is to gather most of the soldiers to camp near Lake Galermo, north of Leontini, south of Catania Plain, and to Leotychides pointed his wooden stick at a small village on the southwest edge of Catania Plain and continued. The area to the south of Catania Plain is mostly mountains 400 to 500 meters above sea level. The trees are lush, so it is not easy for a large army to pass through. The only way is to march diagonally south from Paragonia to Gela. I have decided to transform Paragonia into a strong defensive camp and station enough soldiers there to prevent Carthage's army from breaking into Catania Plain. General Prososus, if Syracuse and Carthage form an alliance, Carthage's army might pass through Syracuse and attack Tanis from the coastline, then attack Catanae. Tyrias, the chief general of Tanis, interrupted worriedly. That's very likely. Leotychides nodded and said, That's why I've set up camp to the north of Leontini, less than 40 miles from Tanis and Paragoria. Once we find the enemy, our reinforcements will arrive in a few hours. At the same time, if Carthage's men want to cross the mountain ridge and launch a sneak attack on Leontini, I can also reinforce them nearby. Leotychides' words put Leontini and Tanis' generals at ease. However, Myron was not satisfied. He reminded loudly, relying on defense alone won't be able to repel Carthage's army. There might be a big problem in the end. Myron had learned his lesson. During the Second Crotone War, he wanted to rely on Cremissa to stop Dionia's army, but he did not expect the Devers to bypass Cremissa and seize Asprustum, then attack Ciudad Crotone. Lord Myron, don't forget about the cycles. Leotychides took a wooden stick and drew a circle in the center of the map of Sicily. He said unhurriedly, The cycles live in this mountainous area. They're experts in harassment and sneak attacks. More than 10 years ago, when Dionysius led his army to attack the northern coast of Sicily, the cycles were in charge of harassing the rear of Carthage's army, causing a lot of trouble for Carthage's army. Now that the cycles are under our control, we can organize thousands or even tens of thousands of cycles warriors, divide them into several teams, and ambush the Carthage's army in the mountains not far from the coastline. We can also attack their logistics. The further east Carthage's army attacks, the longer their battle line will be. The entire rear will be under attack by the cycles. As long as we can hold on to Palagoria, Leontini, and Tanis for a long time, The Carthage's army will not be able to take them down, and the rear will be constantly attacked. That will be an opportunity for us. When that time comes, it will be the best time for my troops to attack. The confidence on Leotychides' face diluted the worry of the chief executives. However, Myron still persisted in asking, what if the Carthage's army doesn't travel by land but by sea, and directly disembark at the port of Syracuse? Obviously, in this regard, Leotychides also thought about it in advance. He said meaningfully, this question should be answered by the Marine. The commander of Dionia's Third Fleet, Flarios, who was in the meeting room, immediately declared, My lords, please rest assured. As long as the Carthage's army dares to disembark at the port of Syracuse or any other coast of Sicily, our fleet will send all their soldiers into the sea to feed the fishes. In addition, according to His Majesty's orders, when the First Legion heads to Wolsey, the First Fleet led by Sir Cecilian will be ready to head south to rendezvous with our Third Fleet. In a few days, they will arrive at Cadenai. At that time, we will have more than 500 warships of various sizes. We can even force the Carthage's fleet to not dare to cruise along the south coast of Sicily. Since our navy is so powerful, why don't we directly stop the Carthage's army from disembarking in Sicily? Aparosia, the chief executive of Sicily, asked expectantly. Aparosia used to be the patriarch of a large clan in the city of Uti in the Messapi region. When the Dionia army was preparing to attack Uti, he was the first to lead the people to surrender. Thus, he was valued by the Devers and eventually entered the Senate. As Uti was not a coastal city, he was not very familiar with naval warfare. First of all, we don't know when Carthage's army will land in Sicily. It will take at least 6 or 7 hours to sail from Cadenai to the western end of Sicily. By the time our fleet arrives, the landing of Carthage's army may already be over, Flarios explained patiently. In addition, Carthage's navy is also very powerful. They have at least 400 three-tiered warships, and it is said that they have also built 5-tiered warships. Also, rashly going to the western end of Sicily to stop the landing of Carthage's army is too close to the city of Carthage, and the warships at the port can arrive in time for reinforcements. By then, our fleet will be surrounded. Flarios' words made Aparosia touch his mouth a little awkwardly, and also made several other governors who had the same idea give up. At this time, Cypros interjected, I think we should not make our relationship so stiff with these friendly city-states on the south coast. When they come to ask for help, sincerely tell them of the difficulties we are facing and sincerely apologize to them. Also, you may allow them to evacuate their people into our territory when the Carthaginian army presses on their borders. When their towns are surrounded by Carthage's army and can't resist, we can also send fleets to rescue the people there. Felicia's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. We can do that. With a way out, I believe these Greek city-states will not easily surrender to Carthage's people, and it will also buy us more time. Leotychides did not say anything, obviously acquiescing. Amicals protested loudly. You only have your eyes on the south coast, and Carthage's people are likely to attack from the north coast. Don't forget the lesson of the destruction of the old city of Messina. Now, there are only a few people in Messina, and they can't stop the attack of Carthage's people. Of course, I won't forget the north coast. Leotychides glanced at him proudly and pointed at the map with a wooden stick. Remember the small city that Syracuse destroyed on the Mylae Peninsula when Ligium helped the exiles of Cadenai and Naxos build? I have decided to use the abandoned stones and wood there to rebuild a small fortress, garrisoned with a few thousand soldiers. Once Carthage sends troops to attack the north coast, this fortress will take advantage of the narrow terrain to stop Carthage's army for at least 6 or 7 days, and reinforcements will arrive by then. At this point, he looked at Felicius. If the military forces in Sicily are tight, I hope that the Ministry of Military Affairs can send the 7th Legion to Messina. The 7th Legion is stationed near Lockcarry. I think that's not a problem at all. Felicius immediately promised. His Majesty has already discussed with the Ministry of Military Affairs. As long as the situation requires it, not only the 7th Legion, but also the Legio VI and the 5th Legion may be sent to Sicily urgently. What about the unified command of these legions? Leotychides immediately asked. When the army reaches Sicily, of course they will be under your command, Felicius answered without hesitation, obviously having obtained the consent of the Devers in advance. Leotychides was satisfied. He looked at Vlahos again. I think the navy will definitely not allow Carthage's fleet to bypass the Myli Peninsula and land near Messina. Of course, the southern and northern coastlines of Sicily near the east will be under the protection of our warships. They will definitely be safe, Vlahos said firmly. Then I can rest assured. Armicles breathed a sigh of relief. He was a person who liked stability, which was why he had led the people of Castellan to follow the powerful Daionia. When Daionia defeated Syracuse and occupied most of the land in southern Italy, Laus and Trine took the initiative to merge with the kingdom of Daionia one after another. He had quickly convinced the members of the council to hold a citizens' meeting and request for a referendum to join the kingdom of Daionia. He had been able to stay in the position of chief executive of Messina for 4 years, which was a reward from the Devers and the Senate for his past contributions. The meeting hall regained its calm. Chapter 7:12. Cypros looked around at the crowd and asked, Commander Persosus has clearly explained his battle plan to everyone. Do you have any questions? If not, we will follow this plan and discuss how to collect rations and how to mobilize citizens to help build defensive camps and fortresses. We also need to plan in advance how to solve the problem of spring sowing when there is a shortage of labor. Lord Cypros, I have a question. Tyrius, the chief general of Tanis, shouted. Cypros did not show any dissatisfaction when he was interrupted, but calmly asked, Please speak, Lord Tyrius. Just now, General Persosus mainly talked about how to defend against Carthage's attack. If the Carthage have really sent out an army of 70 to 80,000, it is obviously not something we can repel with the number of troops we have now. Will Daionia send out an army to drive them away? Tyrius asked with concern. Leotychides glanced at him and said calmly, As long as we hold on long enough, even without sending more troops, we can still repel the enemy. Hold on long enough? How long? Tyrius shouted with some dissatisfaction. From what you have said before, General, I can see that Tanis will become the focus of defense against Carthage's attack. I don't want to see Carthage being repelled and Tanis reduced to ruins. Leotychides' expression was a little ugly. Lord Tyrius, Felicius quickly said, Don't worry, His Majesty Devers has already sent several caravans to Egypt and the Yoke Galaxy to buy rations. As long as we have enough rations, and the Carthage's army has also begun their attack, the legions of southern Italy will soon reinforce Sicily. His Majesty will not sit by and watch the Carthage ravage the Sicilian territories of Daionia and the lands of its allies. Only then did Tyrius and Leontini's chief general, Hippograda, express their satisfaction. After the First Legion of Daionia had dealt a heavy blow to the Roman army, they had also suffered a lot of losses. In the next few days, they basically rested in the city of Polfinham. On the 5th day, they began to prepare for the construction of the camp, but they received a report from Scout. Saturnicum has been captured by the Roman army. The Roman army there's already marching to the Wolsey territory in the south. It would take the Roman army at most 2 days to travel from Saturnicum to Satia. 2 days was not enough time for the First Legion to build a well-defended camp. Since the First Legion had dealt such a heavy blow to the Roman army would definitely attack their camp. Would the First Legion be able to withstand the revenge attack of the Roman army? After a discussion between Amyntas and Printos, they decided to request that the First Legion remain in Polevernham. This was, of course, welcomed by the Volsci. On the 6th day after the battle, Amyntas received a letter from the Devers. In the letter, the Devers praised Amyntas for actively seeking opportunities after arriving in the Wolsey territory and obtaining a brilliant victory over the enemy despite being outnumbered. He had made a name for the Dionysian army in the Latin region, which would be beneficial for the Dionysian army's further operations in central Italy in the future. At the end of the letter, the Devers tactfully reminded him, I heard that the battle this time caused a lot of casualties to the First Legion. I hope the injured soldiers can receive good treatment and recovery. In view of the damage suffered by the First Legion, I suggest that we do not carry out any new military operations in the short term. Let the soldiers rest. We are fulfilling the covenant and helping the Volsci to defend against the Roman army, not to protect our home, so there is no need for us to do our best. In the end, the Devers also said with concern, "From this battle, we can see that the Roman army is very strong. So, I have sent someone to inform Lazaru, the commander of the Legio III Legion stationed in the Campania Alliance. You can strengthen your contact with Lazaru. If the First Legion encounters any difficulties in the future, you can ask the Legio III for help. But remember, the Legio III Legion can only fight for a short period of time. They cannot stay in Wolsey with the First Legion for a long time, because the Campania Alliance still needs them." After reading the letter, Amyntas was silent. In his opinion, the Devers' last words in the letter were criticism of him. Besides, the Devers hinted that the First Legion should be passive in the upcoming battle, which was a little hard for him to accept. So, when Printos came in, he did not want to show the letter to Printos. But the beginning of the letter clearly stated that it was for Legion Commander Amyntas and Printos to read. So, he silently handed the letter to Printos. After Printos read the letter, he understood why Amyntas was unhappy. In the past few days, he had seen how the Volsci flattered Amyntas. So, when Amyntas agreed to the Volsci's request, he said, when Satya is in danger, he will lead the First Legion and other Volsci troops out of the city to rescue him. In this regard, Printos was firmly against it. After the Roman army joined forces, they would have more than 40,000 troops. Even if they attacked the city with all their might, they would still have enough troops to stop the rescue troops. At the same time, the Satya people who escaped from the city would most likely be chased by the Roman army and disrupt the formation of the rescue troops. But Amyntas did not listen to his advice. At this moment, he repeatedly read the letter. While he secretly applauded His Majesty's wise decision, he also had an idea in his mind. He tentatively asked, "Legion Commander, is His Majesty afraid that the First Legion will suffer heavy losses and asked us not to fight the Roman army head-on? His Majesty is far away in Turii, so he does not know the situation here." Amyntas said with a straight face, "If we let the Roman army attack Satya with all their might and do nothing to rescue them, once Satya falls, Pollevinum will be the next target to be attacked. The Roman army can completely surround Pollevinum and not attack it. They can divide their forces to attack Cels and Tricina, which are empty. At that time, we will really be trapped in this land." Printos smiled and said, "Legion Commander, you do not understand what His Majesty said. He does not want us to fight them head-on, because he has given us a way to repel the Roman army." Amyntas was stunned. He grabbed the letter and carefully read it again, but he still did not understand the main point. So he said impatiently, "Stop beating around the bush. What is the way to repel the Roman army?" Printos stopped smiling and said seriously, "Legion Commander, you see, Rome's army now has more than 40,000 soldiers, and all of them are in front of Satya. It is impossible for them to have enough troops to defend the land that they have just occupied. And His Majesty has asked Legio III to fight with us. Legio III is now stationed in the Campania area, not far from here. And we also have the Third Fleet under the command of Middleades to control this sea area, so we can raid the Roman army's rear, just like when His Majesty besieged Dionysius, but sent him to lead the First Legion to raid Sicily." Amyntas suddenly stood up and interrupted Printos in excitement. "Yes, Legion Commander." Printos glanced at Amyntas' expression and knew that he had accepted the proposal. So he reminded him instead, "Legion Commander, in order to prevent the Roman army here from returning, you should lead the coalition army out of the city from time to time and pretend to be reinforcements. This way, the Roman army will not dare to split up." Amyntas put his hands on his hips, thought for a moment, and said, "Your suggestion is very good, but we must immediately send a messenger to inform Lazaru in Campania. Let this kid be ready at all times." Another Roman army, led by Quintus and Licinius, came to the Roman camp. After meeting up with Camillus and Frius' army, the number of soldiers reached nearly 45,000. When they learned that Dionia's participation in the war had caused the army to suffer a defeat, the two new Roman governors were taken aback. However, the previous consecutive victories, coupled with the news from the Senate that their ally, Carthage, would increase their support for them and would soon launch an attack on Dionia in Sicily. Not only were they not afraid, but their fighting spirit was also aroused. Quintus was an aristocrat. His full name was Quintus Claudius Crassus Sabinus. He came from the Claudius family, which was one of the most noble families in Rome. As early as the founding of Rome, under the leadership of the patriarch, Aetius Claudius, the entire family moved to Rome. The males of this family had always been unfriendly to the commoners. Most of them were arrogant, tough, uncompromising, strong-willed, and had a strong sense of responsibility. Quintus was no exception. The other Roman governor, Licinius, was also not a simple person. His full name was Publius Licinius Calvius. Although he was born into a wealthy commoner, he was the first commoner to become a Roman governor in the course of the struggle between the commoners and the nobles in Rome over the past decade. He had become a role model for the commoners of Rome. This year was his third time serving as a Roman governor. He would never allow himself to retreat in front of a strong enemy and damage his reputation. In order to cut off the connection between Saetia and Polevernham and better attack the city, the two Roman governors suggested that the camp be rebuilt between the two Volsci towns. This was agreed by Camillus. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Chapter 713. The huge number of Romans forced the Volsci warriors and Dionysian reinforcements to not dare to leave the city easily. They could only send a small number of light infantry to harass the Roman army. Obviously, this had little effect on the Roman army. Camillus used half of his troops to defend the city, while the other half, together with the slaves and civilians who transported the supplies, worked on the construction of the camp. The two sides rotated regularly. In the end, it only took 3 days for the initial construction of the Roman camp between Saetia and Polevernham. Quintus and Licinius couldn't wait to attack Satia's city. The well-respected Camillus objected at first. He reminded the two archons that the Wolsey had been building traps and trenches outside Saetia. The defense of the city might be stronger than before. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of Wolsey reinforcements in Polevernham, which was not far from Saetia, and thousands of strong Dionia soldiers. They could come out of the city at any time to help, which would make it more difficult for the Roman army to attack the city. Therefore, he suggested that they surround Saetia but not attack it. They could pin down Polevernham, then send more than 20,000 soldiers to bypass the two cities and advance southwest. They would destroy the Wolsey's fields along the way until they reached the Wolsey town of Selshi. If the Wolsey reinforcements and Dionia reinforcements came to their rescue, they would take the opportunity to fight them in the wilderness. If the enemy did not come to their rescue, they would attack Selshi and finally take it, which would change the stalemate. Quintus rejected the idea. In his opinion, the enemy was right in front of him, and with the strength of his army, he could easily take down Satia and fight the enemy troops from Polfenham at the same time. There was no need for him to march another 20 to 30 miles and risk being attacked by the enemy to attack Selshi city, which the Volsci people called dangerous terrain. That would be too dangerous and troublesome. Licinius, of course, also supported taking Saetia first. As the most junior of the military officials, Frius remained silent, but deep down, he supported Quintus's suggestion. This was the military tradition of Rome, where heavy infantry was the main military force of the city. Most of the citizens of Rome were used to charging head-on and didn't have much of a concept of a roundabout attack, even though Frius had worked with Camillus for so long. Camillus did not insist on his opinion. Instead, he volunteered to stay behind and build a new camp. And so, Rome's attack on Saetia began. Soon, they had a taste of the power of the defensive facilities built with the help and guidance of the soldiers of the First Legion of Dionia. First, the wide trap belt in front of the trench made the Roman soldiers suffer. Many soldiers were stabbed in the feet by the meat hooks and lilies. Just when they had to patiently clear the traps, the defenders sent out hundreds of light infantry familiar with the layout of the traps outside the city. They scattered on the safe passage of the trap belt and attacked the Roman soldiers, who were busy clearing the obstacles on the ground with javelins and arrows. This not only caused some casualties among the Roman soldiers, but also delayed the progress of the siege. Therefore, even though the ballistic cannons 300 meters away from the city had been firing stones nonstop for a few days, and a few of them had been damaged due to overuse, the ancient city walls had only recently been repaired. How could they withstand the continuous bombardment? Parts of the walls started to crumble. This was a great opportunity to attack the city, but the Roman soldiers were blocked by the traps outside the city and couldn't reach the bottom of the city. They could only watch the woolsey people repair the gap with stones and mud paddles. But this also gave Quintus, Licinius, and Frius more confidence in conquering Satia. They sent out thousands of light infantry to attack the woolsey light infantry at the risk of being stabbed by the traps under their feet. In the end, the woolsey light infantry, who had suffered a lot of casualties, did not dare to leave the city. A few days later, the Roman soldiers had basically cleared the traps in front of the trench with a certain number of casualties. Quintus and Licinius left nearly 15,000 men in the camp, led by Camillus and Frius, to guard against Polevernham's rescue, while they led nearly 30,000 soldiers to attack Satia. Satia's wide and deep trench and the densely packed stables under the city walls became the biggest obstacle for the Roman attack, but they were also the woolsey people's greatest help in killing the Roman soldiers. They desperately rained javelins, arrows, stones, and boiling oil down. The Roman soldiers suffered a lot of casualties. After a hard battle for half a day, the Roman soldiers finally used their siege vehicles to break through the gap in a wall that had been repaired. The soldiers poured into the city through the gap, and they were shocked to find that in front of them was a slightly shorter wall made of mud. The top of the wall was filled with woolsey soldiers. The Roman soldiers realized that they had been tricked, but their comrades who did not know what was going on kept pouring in. Soon, the narrow and long tunnel was filled with people. Woolsey took the high ground and launched long-range attacks from all directions. Every stone and javelin could kill the Romans. The large number of oil cans ignited the flames, and the Roman soldiers felt like they had fallen into hell. After paying the price of more than 2,000 casualties, the Roman army still failed to attack the city. Quintus and Licinius returned to the camp with a gloomy face. Camillus did not say anything. He just gathered the doctors and soldiers in the camp to treat the wounded. On the other hand, the woolsey people in the city were greatly encouraged by this victory, and they were even more determined to defend the city. After 2 days of rest, Quintus and Licinius did not listen to Camillus and insisted on attacking the city again. Due to Frius' support, Camillus could only agree. This time, Camillus alone led nearly 10,000 soldiers to guard the camp, including some wounded soldiers. The three military officials, Quintus, Licinius, and Frius, led more than 30,000 Roman soldiers. They mainly attacked the city from the east, west, and south. The battle was very fierce. In the afternoon, the Roman soldiers attacked the top of the city wall one after another. The woolsey soldiers had to retreat to the second wall that they had just built. Due to the lack of manpower, they even had to arm the elderly and women and send them to the top of the wall to defend against the fierce attack of the Roman soldiers. At this critical moment, the reinforcements from Polevernham arrived. They tried to bypass the Roman camp and rescue Sartia. Camillus was already prepared for this. After receiving the report from the cavalry, he left more than 2,000 soldiers to guard the camp and personally led 7,000 soldiers to stop them. The reinforcements from Polevernham were 8,000 soldiers from the 1st Legion of Dionia. Even though the strength of the reinforcements was similar to the previous time, the attack of this mixed army was not as fierce as the previous time. When Camillus noticed this, he felt uneasy. Sure enough, it did not take long for the cavalry's report to confirm his worries. Thousands of woolsey soldiers were rapidly approaching Sartia from the north. There were no woolsey forces in the north. When Camillus heard the news, he was extremely uneasy and confused. In fact, when Pelevernham received the news that the Roman army had once again launched a large-scale attack on Sartia, Printos concluded that this time Sartia would not be able to withstand the attack of the prepared Roman army. So he made his suggestion, and the Wolsey reinforcements heeded his bold suggestion. They sent out 5,000 Wolsey soldiers to march southwest. When they reached the swamp area near the coast, they turned north. Using their familiarity with the terrain, they stuck close to the edge of the swamp area and avoided the detection of the Roman cavalry. After making a big detour, they appeared in the north of Sartia. At this time, the siege was at its climax. The newly built mud wall withstood the fierce fighting between the two sides and collapsed in many places. Women, old and young Sartians, as long as they could pick up a spear, were sent to seal the gap. Quintus also sent all his troops forward, hoping to break through Sartia in one fell swoop. When both sides were fighting with all their might, Wolsey reinforcements appeared. They were 5,000 of their strongest soldiers. In order to save Sartia, Pelevernham had done his best. When Quintus, Licinius, and Frius received the shocking news, it was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They could not help but curse. Damn the cavalry! Why didn't they find out until the Wolsey reinforcements were in front of them? Of course, Quintus also cursed a few times. Why didn't Camillus stop the reinforcements? Of course, this accusation was ridiculous. The other two thought that Quintus said it unintentionally out of anxiety. After all, they had received news that Camillus was leading the army to resist the Pelevernham reinforcements from the south. The Wolsey reinforcements from the north were fast approaching, and the Roman army was fully engaged in the siege. It was difficult to divert troops to stop them. As for the more than 2,000 soldiers in the camp, they did not dare to remove them. Otherwise, if the Volsci ambushed the camp and lost the mountains of rations and armaments in the camp, it would be difficult to maintain this massive army of more than 40,000 soldiers. Why don't we let the soldiers use the outer walls of Sartia to stop the Wolsey reinforcements, while we focus on taking the inner city? Frius suggested. Licinius looked at Quintus and voiced his opinion worriedly. The resistance of the Wolsci in the city is very tenacious. We've already done our best. Even if we take down the entire city, the exhausted soldiers won't have the strength to fight against 4,000 or 5,000 enemies who have just joined the battle. Let's retreat, Quintus said. Quintus said straightforwardly, Sartia's defensive facilities are basically destroyed. It will not be able to stop us in a short time, and there are not many Wolsey soldiers left in the city. These thousands of Wolsey reinforcements came just in time. They will become our captives tomorrow. Frius, your suggestion is very good. Let the soldiers near the outer walls stop the enemy reinforcements and buy time for the rest of the army to retreat. Please remember the original domain name of this book, mobile version. Chapter 714. Just as the Rome soldiers gave the order to retreat, the bugle sounded for the Wolsey reinforcements to attack. When the Satian citizens heard the bugle, their confidence was boosted. Since the Roman army used the platoon as a tactical unit, the organization of the army was not too disorganized during the siege. However, most of the Roman soldiers were heavy infantry. They did not prepare javelins, arrows, and stones. Moreover, there were many gaps in the wall. They stood on the top of the wall to defend, and they could not do much to stop the Roman army. So, the Rome soldiers hurriedly organized their troops and rushed to the gaps in the city wall. Before they could form a defensive formation, the Wolsey reinforcements poured in through the gap in the west wall. The physically weak and disorganized Roman army did not manage to hold on for long before they were disrupted by the energetic Wolsey warriors. They took advantage of the situation and swarmed into the city, attacking the retreating Roman soldiers fiercely. The Rome soldiers were defeated and scrambled to escape from Satia. The Wolsey reinforcements chased after them until the Rome soldiers fled into the barracks. Fortunately, Camillus saw the opportunity in time and ordered the troops in the south to retreat to the barracks in an orderly manner. When the northern troops retreated, he sent out another army to stop the pursuers. Otherwise, the Wolsey soldiers would have rushed into the barracks. On this day, the Rome army failed to besiege the city. They suffered more than 4,000 casualties. On the other hand, Sisha's defenders had also suffered heavy casualties. Close to 10,000 Sisha citizens had died. The First Legion of Dionia was tasked with the task of restraining the defenders of the Rome barracks. They did not suffer any casualties, but the Wolsey officials in Palivernum thanked Amintas and Printos. They had followed the strategy proposed by the Dionia and defeated the powerful Rome soldiers. While they were celebrating the victory, they were also confident in the next step of the battle plan proposed by Amintas. The failure of the siege had cast a shadow over the entire Rome barracks, but Quintus' determination to take over Saetia did not waver. He insisted on launching another attack on Saetia the next day. Camillus did not object to this, because he knew very well that although the Vorsi had won again, the gap in strength between the two sides had not changed much. Moreover, after today's fierce battle, Saetia had already suffered heavy losses and was struggling at death's door. Even if there were a few thousand more reinforcements, they would only be a piece of fat meat in the mouth of the tens of thousands of Roman soldiers who had lost the advantage of the city defense. Moreover, they could also take the opportunity to reduce the number of Vorsi's reinforcements. Therefore, continuing to attack and not giving the enemy a chance to breathe was the right strategy. While supporting Quintus's plan to attack the city, Camillus also reminded the three military governors to strengthen the reconnaissance of the surroundings and expand the scope of the reconnaissance to prevent dangerous situations like today where the enemy's reinforcements were already in front of them before they were discovered. Everyone agreed with Quintus' suggestion. However, Frias and Licinius were in favor of Camillus' other suggestion, which was to hope that the military and political officers would go down to the various squadrons to encourage the soldiers and boost their morale. Only Quintus did not express his opinion. The next morning, the horn to assemble in the Rome barracks was blown. The neatly dressed Roman soldiers came out of their tents. There was no sign of the frustration of yesterday's defeat on their faces. Instead, they showed the excitement of going to war. The attitude of the citizens of Rome towards battle was evident. Just as the soldiers were lining up, the military officials in the tent who were about to set off received a piece of bad news. Astura is under attack. Frias' eyes widened in surprise when he heard the news. He angrily interrupted the messenger. "What are our scouts doing? The Wolsey soldiers have bypassed us again to attack the rear. We didn't even know." Military officer Frias. The messenger reminded him loudly, "They are not Wolsey soldiers. They might be from Dionia. The enemies are all wearing black armor. There are about 5,000 or 6,000 of them in a huge fleet. They have landed on the beach near Astura. When I was ordered to come here to report, they had already begun to attack Astura. For governors, please send reinforcements as soon as possible. There is only one platoon in Astura. It is impossible to resist the attack of so many enemies." The messenger anxiously pleaded. Camillus, Quintus, Licinius, and Frias looked at each other with grave expressions. Naval attacks, landing operations. These Rome generals may have only heard of such tactics, but they had never seen them in person. Although Rome had the port of Ostia, it had few warships and had never used them in battle. Since the founding of Rome, it had always been a landlocked city-state. It had always fought on land and had never carried out a landing operation against its enemies. After all, the enemies in the past were the same as Rome. They did not have a navy at all. Even Camillus did not have this concept in his mind. Therefore, they led their army and pushed the Wolsey soldiers to the south of the Latin region. The occupied Wolsey towns were surrounded by the Latin alliance. The military officials did not leave too many soldiers to defend because they thought the rear was basically safe. Only then did they realize that the enemy Rome had just provoked not only had a strong army, but also a strong navy. The coastline of the Latin region was under the control of the Dionysian fleet. The messenger's request immediately made Camillus and Licinius' expression change. They shouted in unison, "Antium! We must rescue Antium." Astura was only defended by a squadron, and it was a small city. It was impossible to resist the attack of thousands of Dionia soldiers. Even if Astura was lost, the impact on the Roman army would not be too great. However, Antium, which was also a woolsey coastal town less than 10 miles to the north of Astura, was very important to the Roman army. This important town in the northwest of Cornwall had a large port. After the Roman army captured it, it was used as a transit station for military supplies. The rations collected by the Romans were transported through the Tiber River to the port of Ostia, which was located at the mouth of the river. Then they were transported by ship to Antium, and finally they were transported by land to the Roman camp. This method saved a lot of time and labor and facilitated the transportation of rations. Because of the importance of Antium, Camillus had left 4 Rome squadrons here, as well as a transport team. However, he did not expect the enemy to launch a surprise attack from a sea. Hence, the number of troops he had was too little compared to the number of enemies. If the Dionians captured Antium, the Roman camp would suffer from shortage of food supplies. There was a moment of silence in the tent. Quintus finally said in a dry voice, "We should temporarily stop the siege and send troops to rescue Antium." Quintus finally made such a decision. He was in a very bad mood because the siege was about to begin, but it was suddenly interrupted. But what Camillus said next shocked everyone. "I think we should stop the attack on the Wolsey and withdraw our troops back to Rome." The 3 military officials looked at him in surprise. Camillus said with a solemn expression, "The Dionysian fleet is very powerful. They can carry the land troops of Dionia to land on any flat beach along the coastline of Latin. Today they attack Antium. Tomorrow they may attack our Latin ally, Adi. The day after tomorrow they may attack our important port of Ostia. Even if the Dionia are not satisfied with only attacking the coastal towns, they will advance inland and attack our Latin allies in colonial cities, destroying our villages and fields. The Dionysian army is very strong, but our main force is here. The city of Rome and the surrounding areas are empty. But Dionia is suffering from a drought. They can't send more troops." Frias said hoarsely, "Yesterday afternoon, a Dionia army was fighting with us. Today, a Dionia army appeared on the coastline dozens of miles behind us. They can't be the same army. Then, with a second Dionysian army, there may be a third Dionysian army. And we—" Camillus stared at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice, "Do you dare to take this risk with the safety of Rome and the people?" The 3 of them were nervous and fell silent for a moment. Among the 4 military and political officials, Quintus was born a great noble, Camillus and Frias were born a small noble, and Licinius was born a commoner. They had different living habits and political ideals, but they had one thing in common. They all loved Rome and did not want to put their home, which had already experienced a disaster, in danger again. Therefore, they quickly put aside their own interests and reached an agreement. Quintus and Frias would lead 12,000 people to rescue Antium immediately, while Camillus and Licinius would lead nearly 30,000 soldiers to clean up the camp, escort the supplies and wounded soldiers, and retreat safely back to Rome. After Lazaru received the letter from the Devers, he began to pay attention to the Volsci region, which was not far from the Campania region. Soon, he received a letter from Amyntas asking for his help. The news that there were frequent cargo ships carrying food between Antium and the port of Ostia had long been seen by the Campanian merchants active on the west coast of Italy. Naturally, the news soon reached Lazaru's ears. At his request, a report from the intelligence department about the general distribution of enemy forces in the Volsci region was sent to him. Chapter 7:15. Therefore, Antium was an important target for him to lead Legio III to land and raid. The reason why he attacked Astura first was that he needed a port to safely unload the siege equipment on the ships. Before dawn, Lazaru left only 2,000 soldiers to guard Atlas City and led 6,000 soldiers to the port of Naples City. They boarded the cargo ships that had been prepared in advance, and under the protection of the Third Fleet commanded by Mithridates, they landed on the coast near Astura City at dawn. More than 6,000 soldiers attacked the small city of Astura, which was guarded by only 120 Rome soldiers, and easily occupied it. Then, Legio III marched north almost without stopping and arrived at Antium in just over half an hour. In Antium, there were 4 Rome platoons and a supply team, which only amounted to 700 soldiers. But they had to defend this not-so-small town, and it seemed like they did not have enough soldiers. In front of the city, Lizaru completely spread out the siege formation composed of 5,500 soldiers. When the siege equipment arrived, he immediately let the soldiers carry ladders, push the siege vehicles, and shield carriages. From the south, north, and east, they launched an all-out attack on Antium. Just as the defenders of Rome were doing their best to defend, the Third Fleet, led by Milades, broke into the port from the south. 500 Legio III soldiers boarded warships and forcefully landed at the port. Lizaru's move was completely out of the expectations of the defenders of Rome. They had never seen such a tactical combination of land and sea, so they did not set up defenses at the port at all. Of course, they did not have more manpower to defend. But this was a subject that the legions of the Kingdom of Dionia would train from time to time in the barracks, and they were very familiar with it. After the soldiers of Dionia went ashore, they quickly rushed south and quickly occupied the almost undefended southern city wall that was connected to the port. The defenders of Rome were defeated at dusk. When Quintus and Frius arrived with their troops, they left behind an empty city. The sailors of the Dionia Legio III and the Third Fleet moved all the food and supplies stored in the city onto the cargo ships that were already prepared. At the same time, Camillus and Licinius had already led the remaining troops to dismantle the camp and began to retreat north. That night, after learning that the Roman army had retreated, the people of Polevernham and Caesarea cheered for their victory. The higher-ups of the Wolsey alliance hosted a banquet in Polevernham for Amintas, Printos, and other senior officers of the First Legion of Dionia to thank them for their contribution in rescuing Wolsey. At the same time, they also hoped that the Dionysian army could continue to help Wolsey recapture the territory occupied by Rome. Amintas, who had been criticized by the Devers in the letter, had learned his lesson this time. He answered cautiously, "Dionia is very willing to help the Volsci to regain their lost territory. However, if the Romans are heavily garrisoned in the cities that they have occupied, we will need more soldiers to attack the cities if we want to take them back. I'm sure you're aware of the current situation in the Kingdom of Dionia. Due to the drought and food shortage, we can't send out more troops. So, for the time being, we can only try our best." The Volsci expressed their understanding. Despite this small interlude, the atmosphere of the banquet was still very warm, and everyone returned home with a good time. The next day, the troops led by Camillus and Licinius arrived in Antium. Here, the four military and political officials had another small dispute. Since yesterday, Quintus and Frius had received news from the port sentries that the Dionysian fleet was cruising the sea outside the port, blocking the cargo ships that came to the port. This made the two military officials, who had never experienced this before, feel helpless and nervous. They stood on the southern wall and looked out of the port. The huge fleet formed by hundreds of Dionia warships covered the entire sea, giving them unprecedented pressure. Therefore, the two of them believed that Antium was too far from Rome, and, at the same time, it was constantly facing the threat of the Dionysian fleet. They also had to prevent the landing of the Dionia soldiers. This would tie up too many of Rome's forces, and it was really unnecessary. It was better to give up Antium and focus on defending the cities of Aladi and Saturnicum in the east. This way, they could get rid of the threat of Dionia's navy, and Rome could provide support at any time. Licinius clearly expressed his opposition. He believed that the Senate had already passed a resolution to make Antium, Valadi, and Saturnicum as colonies of Rome. It was decided that the landless civilians would be moved to these three cities. Except for a part of the land that would be used as public land in Rome, the rest of the land would be distributed to the citizens. If they gave up Antium without permission, they would probably be criticized and attacked by the citizens of Rome. At this moment, Camillus also said that this matter must be approved by the Senate. As a military official, he could not make decisions on his own. In the end, the matter was put on hold. The four reached an agreement. Licinius would lead 10,000 soldiers to guard Antium, and the other three military officials would lead the main force to retreat to Saturnicum. As the Wolsey coalition was not strong enough to launch an attack on the former Wolsey towns that were heavily guarded by Rome, the the war between Rome and Wolsey returned to peace for the time being. But in Rome, it began to become restless. The deaths and injuries of tens of thousands of Rome's militia and allied soldiers shocked the people of the city. The last time such a large number of casualties occurred was during the battle with the Celts on the Arria River 10 years ago. 10 years had passed. When the people of Rome, who were used to victory, saw the cremated remains of the dead citizens being transported back to Rome, almost all of them fell into grief. Some of the relatives of the dead scolded. The military officials who led the army were incompetent. How could they let Rome suffer such a huge defeat when they had the absolute advantage? Some people who knew the inside story complained loudly. They should not have provoked the powerful kingdom of Dionia. Otherwise, they would not have paid such a huge sacrifice. Of course, there were also arrogant people who clamored. They should not have let the Dionia emissary go. Otherwise, they could have used his head as a sacrifice for the soldiers who lost their lives. Rome should reorganize a powerful army and launch another attack on the Wolsey region. They should completely wipe out the Wolsey and Dionia people there to avenge their dead citizens. Compared to the citizens in the city who were filled with anger and grief, the landless civilians were relieved when they heard that Antium had been recovered and that the Worsi had stopped their attacks. After the Senate announced the resolution to distribute the conquered Wolsey land to them, they eagerly waited for the proposal to be implemented. In the Senate of Rome, a meeting was being held. Except for Licinius, who was still stationed in Antium, all the other senators were present. They listened attentively to Camillus, Quintus, and Frius, the three military officials who had returned to Rome, narrating the whole process of the war. Camillus was the first to narrate. He first received the order from the Senate and led his army to Tustrum to quell the rebellion. He talked about how he found out that Tustrum had no intention of rebelling. They even offered hundreds of hostages and re-signed the alliance agreement with Rome. On the way back, he received another order from the Senate to go south to support Quintus and speed up the conquest of the Wolsey region. So he and Frius led a rapid march and successfully raided the city of Antium. Then they quickly attacked south and arrived at the city of Setia. Because of the arrival of the Wolsey reinforcements, they had to stop and set up camp to wait for Quintus's troops. But because he did not know the arrival of the Dionysian army, he did not withdraw his army in time. He did not expect the Dionia to attack the army dozens of miles away, forcing him to lead his troops out of camp to provide support. In the end, under the pincer attack of the Wolsey and the Dionia, they suffered a crushing defeat. Quintus recounted that he and Licinius led the army to capture Viltri and defeated the Wolsey reinforcements. They then went south to rendezvous with Camillus's troops. After that, they attacked Setia several times. Finally, because the Wolsey crossed the swamp area and bypassed the scouts, they suddenly appeared on the battlefield and suffered a defeat. Just as they were about to launch another attack on Setia, the Dionia took their ships and went around the rear of the army to capture the defenseless Antium. Because the food supply route was threatened, and they were worried that Rome and the surrounding territories would be attacked by the Dionia, they led their troops to retreat. Frius's narration was more of a confirmation and supplement of the facts that the two military officials had told him before. For example, he mentioned that Camillus had opposed the direct attack on Setia and had another battle plan. At the same time, he also mentioned that the retreat of the army was Camillus's first proposal. The three of them finished narrating the course of the war. At the beginning, the elders were excited because of the continuous victories, but at the end, they were shocked and depressed because of the sudden reversal of the situation. Most of them could not remain calm and were whispering to each other, discussing nonstop. At this time, a senator named Apuleius stood up and loudly criticized, "In this war, the first reason why we, Rome, lost is because of Camillus. If he had not rashly led his army out of the camp, he could not defeat the Dionia in time, even though he had the advantage in numbers, causing us to suffer a crushing defeat in the end. Not only did we lose many brave citizens, but also affected the morale of the remaining soldiers and encouraged the arrogance of the Wolsey, giving them the courage to resist the attack of our army in the next battle, causing us to suffer another defeat. So, In view of Camillus's mistakes in command and the huge losses caused to Rome in this war, I think the Senate should give Camillus a severe punishment and should also consider whether he still needs to serve as a military official. Chapter 716. Apuleius' harsh rebuke of Camillus, who had made great achievements in the war, caused an uproar among the elders. Camillus was a gentle and kind man. He had been criticized from time to time in the Senate, but he could always remain calm. But now, he was staring at Apuleius with a trace of anger in his eyes. It was this man who falsely accused him of keeping the spoils of war for himself more than a decade ago. In the end, he was put on trial and forced to leave Rome. Apuleius did not avoid Camillus's gaze. Over the years, as Camillus won one victory after another, his prestige grew, which made his situation more difficult. He often heard people pointing at him and scolding him when he walked in the city. That's the one who falsely accused Camillus. May Jupiter punish him. Under such circumstances, the reason he could still sit in the Senate was that some bigwigs did not want to see Camillus's prestige grow too high. Some senators were jealous of his achievements and needed someone to oppose him. Apuleius knew his value, so he never concealed his hostility toward Camillus. I've never heard such ridiculous words. The governor, Pantius, stood up and loudly defended his former superior. How can you blame Camillus for the failure of that battle? If you want to blame someone, blame us for not informing Camillus in time about the arrival of the Dionysian army. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not expecting the Dionysian army to launch a military operation as soon as they arrived in Wolsey. Anyone who has commanded a battle should know that Camillus did not make any mistakes in that battle, and any general in Rome would choose to save the citizens and allied soldiers of Rome who were in danger. The only thing Camillus lacked was that he did not expect the Dionysian army to be so strong. But how could any of the senators know about this before they have fought with the people of Dionia? So you can only blame Dionia for being too strong. Apuleius mocked disdainfully. Rumor has it that the kingdom of Dionia has the most powerful army in this land. Now it seems that the rumor isn't just flattery. The arrival of their army has already caused us to suffer consecutive defeats. We must be vigilant. We should not pursue the issue of who is right and who is wrong in this battle. Instead, we should discuss how to face the threat of Dionia. This is the problem that we need to solve urgently. Ambrosius said solemnly, "Yes, and Dionia also has a powerful fleet that constantly threatens our allies and colonial cities by the sea." The veteran elder Lucretius also supported Camillus. He said, "Camillus made a calm judgment. You chose to retreat in time, which is absolutely correct. The safety of Rome and its allies is far more important than obtaining a few more pieces of Wolsey land." With two important senators endorsing Camillus in a row, the others could not blame him anymore. No one mentioned the failure of this battle and the failure of Quintus to attack the city. "Elders and newcomers," he said. The president of this meeting, Governor Paulus, finally began to speak and led the topic to the focus of this meeting. The kingdom of Dionia in southern Italy has started a war with U.S., Rome. Judging from the current situation, Dionia has a strong army and a powerful fleet, which poses a great threat to Rome. The previous battle only happened in the Wolsey area. In the future, the battle is likely to expand to our allies and even the territory of Rome. Do you have any good suggestions to avoid such a terrible situation from happening? I have already said before that we should not be bewitched by Carthage and his people. If we rashly become enemies with Dionia, it will be detrimental to the development of Rome. The facts have proven everything. The high priest Vlagus got up and suggested worriedly, in order to prevent Dionia from further invading us, we should immediately stop the war with Wolsey, sign an armistice agreement with Wolsey, return the occupied Wolsey territory, and send someone to make peace with Dionia. Dionia and Rome have no hatred in the past, and now they are facing a drought. After losing the reason to start a war, they will be happy to stop this meaningless war for them. The high priest is right. Some of the senators agreed with Vlagus' proposal. This was rare for the senators of Rome, who had always been aggressive and rarely compromised. This showed how much pressure Dionia was putting on Rome. If it was someone else who said this, Quintus, who had always hated surrender and compromise, would have scolded him. However, Velagus' full name was Velagus Julius. He was born in the Julius clan. It was said that this clan was the descendant of Mars, the god of war, and Venus, the goddess of love. Their direct ancestor was Julius, the first king of Alba Longa. Alba Longa used to be the center of the entire Latin region, the motherland of Romulus, the founder of Rome. After Alba Longa was defeated by Rome, the Julius clan moved to Rome. Because of their noble bloodline and the fact that they were the descendants of the gods, their clansmen often served as high priests and spoke for the gods. Although the high priest had no real power, his position was honorable, and Velagus had been respected by the people since he became the high priest. Quintus considered the influence of Velagus, so he spoke in a more gentle tone. "High priest, I think you haven't forgotten the resolution that the Senate just passed a few days ago. Vellet, Antium, and Saturnicum will be turned into colonial cities, and part of their land will be distributed to the landless civilians. Now you want us to return the occupied land to Wolsey. Do you think the civilians who are preparing to go to these colonial cities will agree? You don't want to see those civilians start another riot again, do you? Also, Wolsey has always been the enemy of Rome. This time we almost destroyed it. It was not easy for it to get the help of Dionia. Will it be satisfied with a truce with Rome? I'm afraid it wants to use the army of Dionia to destroy Rome, so that Wolsey will no longer be threatened by us." I agree with Quintus' opinion. Pantius immediately expressed his support loudly. Since the founding of Rome, there has never been a precedent of choosing to compromise and surrender in the face of an enemy's threat. We must not make an exception. Rome has encountered many forces stronger than itself in the past, but we have gradually grown stronger through continuous battles. Today, as long as we, the people of Rome, unite as one and dare to continue to fight against Ionia, I believe that the final victory will still belong to Rome. Pantius is right. We, the people of Rome, will never compromise and surrender. Some of the younger senators echoed Pantius' words loudly. Although some of the senators did not speak, their eyes were also flashing with the desire to fight. He snorted and said, "We were bewitched by the people of Carthage to start a war with Dionia. But the people of Carthage promised us that they would start a war with Dionia in Sicily. But did they do it? The people of Carthage also have a strong navy, but they hide in their port and do not attack the Dionysian fleet. Everyone, we must be careful not to let Rome become the sword in the hands of the people of Carthage. At that time, we will cut it full of holes or even break it, but in the end, we will get nothing." Pantius is right. Another senator who could not be underestimated, Publius Cornelius Scipio, reminded loudly, "We, the people of Rome, do not refuse to fight, but we cannot be fools and be used by others. The people of Carthage want to use us to deal with the people of Dionia, but if they do not do anything themselves, we cannot be stupid enough to be completely instigated by them. So we must urge them to send troops immediately. We must tell them clearly, not only will Carthage attack the territory of Dionia and Sicily, but we will also defeat their fleet and protect the coast of our Latin region. Otherwise, we, the people of Rome, will have to stop the war with the people of Dionia." The senators all understood what Scipio meant. They all agreed and quickly reached a consensus. After the meeting, they would immediately ask Paulus to go to the envoy of Carthage in the city and use a threatening tone to urge Carthage to send troops as soon as possible. At this time, Potitus, who was sitting in the ivory chair at the front of the meeting, said slowly, "Camillus, you are the greatest general of Rome. At the same time, you have fought with the people of Dionia many times. According to your past habits, I believe that you have seriously considered how to fight with Dionia next. Can you tell us about it?" As soon as Potitus finished speaking, all the senators looked at Camillus and pricked up their ears at the same time. Although some people were jealous of Camillus's reputation, no one could deny Camillus's military talent. Not only did he win many battles and save Rome several times, but the military reform under his leadership also made it more convenient for other generals in Rome to command the army and brought more victories. Therefore, Camillus was the biggest reliance of the people of Rome. When a crisis came, everyone could not help but think of him. Camillus did not refuse. Out of concern for Rome, he had long wanted to discuss with the top Senate how to deal with the upcoming crisis. At this moment, he thought about it seriously for a while, then faced the senators. First, he thanked them for forgiving him for his failure in the battle. Then he solemnly said, "First of all, everyone must be deeply aware that Dionia is the strongest and most dangerous enemy we have faced so far." Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 717. Camillus said solemnly, "First of all, we must be deeply aware that Dionia is the most powerful and dangerous enemy we have faced so far. The Dionysian army is obviously a terrifying army that has undergone strict military training and has strong military discipline. Otherwise, we can't explain why their soldiers could calmly line up and fight with our soldiers after marching for dozens of miles. They could hold their ground for so long, even when facing my army, which outnumbered theirs. This is incomparable to the forces we have defeated in the past, such as Etruria and Wolsey. Although their soldiers are brave, they lack strict discipline and complex tactics. They are completely scattered in battle. Secondly, the morale of the soldiers of Dionia is very high. In this battle, their numbers were smaller than the soldiers I had led, and they had used up more stamina than my soldiers, but they were still able to fight for such a long time. Even though there were a few times when we almost broke through their formation, they didn't show any signs of panic and appear to be rather calm. You may say, "I'm afraid the troops sent by Dionia this time are the elites of their army." But even if the rest of the Dionysian army only has half of the combat power of this army, it is still quite terrifying. After I came back, I specifically asked the messenger of Carthage. The kingdom of Dionia has a vast territory and a large population. It is said that their current army has more than 100,000 soldiers, and they also have a powerful fleet. These are far from what we, Rome, can fight against alone. So, our first priority now is to establish a foothold in defense. I request all the allies and colonial cities on the side of the sea to strengthen the defenses of the cities, strengthen patrols and reconnaissance, and prevent Dionia from raiding from the sea. At the same time, our citizens of Rome must be ready to be called in at any time. Once they discover the enemy, they can immediately send reinforcements. In addition, I also suggest that the previous decision on allocating land to the landless Wolsey be implemented immediately, so that they can quickly enter the cities of Valette, Anium, and Saturnicum and become our new source of soldiers, replacing the original troops stationed there. Of course, in view of their financial resources, we still have to equip them with weapons and equipment. Therefore, we have to request for Carthage's assistance in this aspect. Also, the Senate passed a few years ago the bill on accepting Latin refugees as citizens of Rome. We hope to expand the scope of refugees, such as the Etruscans and the Sabines, and speed up the process so that we have more soldiers to fight against Dionia. At this point, Camillus wanted to say something, but hesitated. There are some words that he didn't say in the end. He originally wanted to suggest that the citizens of Rome should be allowed to rent the public lands of Rome, and even part of the public lands should be allocated to the landless civilians and new citizens to increase their loyalty. But when he thought that these lands were still controlled by the nobles of Rome, he knew that this proposal would undoubtedly violate their interests. Not only would it cause strong opposition from them, but it would also cause him to be suspected and ostracized. He might even suffer the tragic fate that Marcus suffered back then. The old Camillus chose to give up. However, he had another choice. He continued, "We also need to strengthen the military training of the citizens to enhance their ability to fight against the soldiers of Dionia. We also need to understand some of the special tactics of the Dionysian army so that they can respond in time. According to my observation, Dionia may have been affected by the drought. That's why they did not send many troops to the Latin region. For now, it should be enough for us to take defensive measures to deal with their attack. However, since we have become enemies with Dionia, and it is an ally of Wolsey, as time goes by, once Dionia has enough food to supply its army, its attacks on us are likely to increase. Therefore, we can't just sit back and watch the war between Carthage and Ionia, hoping that Carthage can defeat Ionia, hoping that their fleet can protect our coast. But what if Carthage fails? Then we will have to bear the anger of the people of Ionia alone. Camillus's words shocked the hearts of the senators. Camillus looked around at them and said loudly with a serious expression, "So, we can't just defend, we must also attack. We must put pressure on the people of Ionia and not let them easily concentrate their main forces to fight against Carthage. We must contribute our strength for the people of Carthage to defeat Ionia." Camillus's words made the senators thoughtful. Paulus could not help but say, "Camillus, you just said that you want to attack. Your previous battles have shown that attacking Wolsey is more dangerous for us. The fleet of Ionia can raid the rear of our army at any time and cut off our food supplies. Attacking Wolsey is indeed risky, but what if we attack Hernike?" Camillus's words stunned Paulus, and, at the same time, it opened his mind. When the Wolsey coalition attacked the territory of Rome's ally, Camillus's army was not only defeated by Wolsey, but also the Iaces and Hernike. Rome finally chose to retaliate against Wolsey, but that was because Wolsey had caused more trouble for Rome in the past, and it had the most fertile land. Although Hernike was relatively weak and lived mostly in hilly areas, they were also a race that often caused trouble for Rome. While Paulus was thinking, Camillus continued, "While we defend against the possible attack of the Wolsey and Ionia in the southwest, we cannot sit back and watch the war between Ionia and Carthage. We should send troops to the northeast to attack Hernike. The strength of the Hernike has been seriously weakened by us in the previous war. If we can destroy it, not only will we have one less enemy for Rome, but the occupied land can also be distributed to the landless civilians of Rome. In addition, some of the Wolsey towns adjacent to Hernike will also be the focus of our attack. As a Wolsey ally, if the Ionia come to our rescue, we can fight them in the inland areas far away from the coast. But it is mainly hilly and mountainous, which is not conducive for our heavy infantry to fight." Frias reminded. Camillus immediately replied, "But it is also not conducive for Ionia's soldiers to fight, let alone their powerful cavalry. We are more familiar with the terrain there, and at the same time, we have the support of our Latin allies, so we have nothing to worry about. We can pin down the Ionia there, and even force them to send more reinforcements. Once Carthage wins the naval battle, we can send another army to attack Wolsey's territory from the southwest plains, and finally surround the Ionia." The senators nodded, but some expressed concern. The Wolsey towns on the edge of Hernike are close to the Simonians. I heard that the Simonians and Ionia are allies. What if? "You don't have to worry," Paulus said loudly. "Carthage's messenger once mentioned that the Simonians have long been dissatisfied with Ionia, and they are likely to take action against Ionia in this war between Carthage and Ionia. Carthage also said that they will attack Ionia immediately. We can't believe their words." Another senator complained. But no matter what, Camillus's analysis stirred up a heated debate among the senators, and, at the same time, it also made them determined to fight the kingdom of Ionia. At this time, Potitus stood up with the support of his walking stick. As a senator who had dominated the political scene of Rome for decades and served as consul and military officer more than 10 times, his prestige was enough to make the others consciously stop discussing or lower their voices before he even started to speak. "Dear elders and newcomers, the war with Ionia this time is just like the war with the Celts in the past. It concerns the life and death of our Rome. All of us, citizens of Rome, must work together to face the severe test that Jupiter has given us once again. Any argument, doubt, and internal strife will be a waste of our energy and time, destroying our unity and preventing us from taking the right action in time. Therefore, I propose that at this critical moment, the Senate elect a dictator and let him lead the citizens of Rome to win the war against Ionia." As soon as Potitus's voice fell, the meeting hall fell silent for a while. Then, Paulus was the first to speak. "I agree with Potitus's suggestion. Elect a dictator to deal with the war with Ionia with all our might." Then, Frias also expressed his support loudly, As a military officer who has fought against Ionia, I know how powerful the people of Ionia are. We need a dictator to eliminate the contradictions among the people, unify everyone's understanding, and devote all our efforts to this difficult war. Only then can we win the final victory. The selfless speech of the two military officers won the support of most of the senators present. After all, once a dictator was elected, the military officers would automatically be removed. Just as the senators expressed their agreement one by one, Camillus also expressed his support, but he said, "I hope that I won't be one of the candidates for dictator this time, because this war with the kingdom of Ionia will probably be a difficult and long one. I'm already old and don't have enough energy to take on this responsibility, but I'm willing to provide my advice to the new dictator and help him defeat the people of Ionia." Are you as old as I am? But if the people of Ionia attack the city of Rome, I will also pick up my weapon and join the battle. Don't shirk your responsibility. Potitus pointed at him with his walking stick and reprimanded him sternly. When Potitus first served as a consul and led the army into battle, Camillus was still an ordinary officer. It was because of his heroic performance in battle that he was recognized by Potitus, and he gradually entered the center of power in Rome. Being a dictator at this time is not an honor, but a responsibility, a great responsibility, because the life and death of Rome are in the hands of the dictator. Potitus said earnestly, not only for Camillus to hear, but also for the other senators who had similar thoughts in this regard. As a hero who has faced strong enemies many times and saved Rome, you should not shirk this responsibility, because only you can lead the people of Rome to victory this time. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 718. Potitus's words made Camillus ashamed. At this moment, another respected senator, Ambrosius, raised his right fist and said loudly, "I choose Camillus to be the dictator." Pantius immediately said, "I also support Camillus to be the dictator." Paulus followed closely. "Camillus is my choice." When the voices calling for Camillus continued to resound in the hall, Maruginus, who had always disagreed with Potitus, remained silent. Under Quintus' envious gaze, Camillus clenched his fists. In December of the 13th year of the kingdom of Ionia, 380 BC, the senators reached an agreement to elect a dictator to lead Rome in the war against the kingdom of Ionia. At the following meeting of the Council of 100 held in Mars Square, Camillus, whom the senators favored, was once again elected as the dictator to deal with the war against Ionia. In the following period of time, the battlefield in the north became quiet. After the Volsci found out that the cities of Antium and Saturnicum were heavily garrisoned, considering their lack of troops, and with Amyntas' suggestion, they temporarily suspended the plan to recapture the cities occupied by the Roman army. Instead, they let their soldiers train with the First Legion of Ionia so that they could strengthen their cooperation in future battles. At the same time, they began to contact more ethnic forces that were dissatisfied with the Roman army, such as the Hernici, the Marsi, the Aquis, and even the Sabines to fight against Rome. Under the pressure of the 50,000 troops of Rome, the weak Volsci actually repelled the Roman army with the help of the Ionia. The news quickly spread throughout central Italy, and it did make some forces think about it. So Topyrus, who stayed in Sels, began to get busy. At the same time, the news that the Roman army was defeated by the Ionia and the Volsci army also spread to the neighboring Samonese mountains. After hearing the news, the high-ranking officials of Caratini, who were dissatisfied with the delay of Ionia returning the captives and were about to send messengers to Thurii to protest, immediately stopped and quietly observed the situation. And this news was accompanied by the words of the Roman people to the Carthage messenger. If the Carthage people do not send troops to attack Ionia, Rome will have to sign an armistice with Ionia. When the news reached the ears of Carthage and the Iberian Peninsula, Margo immediately realized that he had to change his strategy and could not continue to be in a stalemate with Hanno on the issue of sending troops. Otherwise, once the Roman people and Ionia are armistice, the Carthage people would attack Ionia independently, which would be very difficult. Even with his understanding of the conservative guys in the Senate, they were likely to give up the declaration of war against Ionia and re-sign a peace agreement with it. Therefore, he immediately convened a meeting of the family members. After reaching an agreement, he quickly sent a messenger to the Senate of Carthage and asked Cuba to express at the meeting that the Iberian colony was willing to send 20,000 troops and obey the command of the commander appointed by the Senate. Hanno, who had regained control, was satisfied with Margot's concession, but he also knew that the situation at this time no longer allowed him to delay, so the Senate quickly made a decision to send troops to Sicily and attack the territory of Dionia. The commander of the Carthage army appointed by the Senate was Monteadino, a member of the Hanoverian party. Over the years, he had been implementing the political concept of developing inland advocated by Hanno. He had led the army to defeat the tribes of Namibia many times and made a great contribution to the conquest of the Namibian region by Carthage. Therefore, Hanno was more relieved to let this senator, who was also an outstanding veteran, serve as the commander of the expedition to Sicily. As a result, the entire city of Carthage, its allies, and the Namibian region under its control began to recruit soldiers, assemble warships, and prepare supplies. At this time, the riots of Ligwam, the free city of the Kingdom of Dionia, which had lasted for dozens of days, had subsided. The citizens of the city were holding an important citizens' assembly. The assembly had only one topic: to vote on whether to fully integrate Ligwam into the Kingdom of Dionia. The result was obvious. The vast number of people who were starving voted in favor. The merchants who wanted their families' trade to go a step further voted in favor, and the more politically ambitious citizens voted in favor. Despite strong opposition from some people, the citizens' assembly voted in favor of this important proposal related to the future development of Ligwam. When a messenger from Ligwam brought this important news to Turii, the Devers were well prepared. He immediately wrote a passionate letter, praising the people of Ligwam for making the best decision, and solemnly promised that after Ligwam truly became a part of the kingdom, it would continue to maintain prosperity and trade, and its people would receive more rights and better care. At the same time, at a suggestion, the Senate quickly appointed Protesilaus as the governor of Ligwam. He took the appointed judge of Ligwam, tax officer, census officer, and other key officials of the city to the south in a fleet. The fleet was also carrying a lot of food from the granary. When the fleet passed by the port of Rockley, the 7th Legion, which had been notified long ago, sent a large group of soldiers to board the fleet. The fleet finally arrived at the port of Ligwam. Alcibiades and Phedon led a large number of people to welcome them. Protesilaus read out the appointment that the king of the Devers had given him. None of the people present objected loudly. Instead, they were happy to see the large amount of food that the soldiers had escorted to the shore. At the same time, Protesilaus announced another appointment. This was signed by the king of the Devers and the Senate. They elected Alcibiades and Phedon as the senators of the Kingdom of Dionia. The people of Ligwam cheered. However, these two new senators could not leave for Turii immediately. They had to stay for the time being to assist Protesilaus in taking over the affairs of the entire city. With the full assistance of the two of them, 1,000 soldiers of the 7th Legion maintaining order, and the political skills that Protesilaus had honed over the past 10 years of administrative experience, the entire process of taking over Ligwam was relatively smooth. 10 days later, Alcibiades and Phedon receive an invitation from the Senate to go to Turii to participate in this year's National Assembly of Dionia. At this time, the remains of the wounded and dead soldiers of the 1st Legion had already been sent back to Turii. At this time, the Assembly of Dionia's National Assembly and the Assembly of the Protectors were about to begin. At the same time, the kingdom's annual football final was also about to be held. On the 1st of January in the 14th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, 379 BC, according to the traditional customs that had been formed since the establishment of the kingdom, on the first day of the new year, the king, the senators, the representatives of the local councils, and the representatives of the protectors gathered in front of the temple of Hades on the sacred hill. The king of the Devers, who was the high priest, loudly read the obituary for the souls of the heroes. Accompanied by the solemn music, The royal guards walked with steady steps and carried the stone tablets engraved with the names of the soldiers who died in Wolsey and Campania into the Hall of Heroes. From now on, they would receive the blessings of the King of Hades and the reverence of the people. At the same time, their souls would also protect the land that they had protected with their lives. Because of this, the relatives of the deceased who came to pay their respects did not cry even though they were grieving. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with pride and anticipation. On the second day, the same group of representatives of the Parliament and the protectors sat in the VIP seats in the main arena of Dionia. They watched the lively opening ceremony of the kingdom's football final and the first match that followed. For the members of the Parliament who came to Turin for the first time from the Downey region, they were shocked by the cheers of more than 50,000 spectators. The exciting match also attracted their attention. On the third day, the Assembly of the Parliament was held. It was held in the Great Hall of the Senate. The hall that could accommodate more than 1,000 people was finally able to fully function and was filled to the brim. In order to ensure that the members of the Parliament could hear the speech clearly, more than a dozen people were arranged around the podium in the center of the hall. Of course, according to the usual practice, not long after the assembly began, all the members of the Parliament applauded and welcomed Lygem's entry into the kingdom. Next, the attention of the participants was focused on two topics, the drought and the war. So when the Minister of Agriculture, Bakos, finished talking about the disaster relief in the kingdom last year and some new measures to be taken in agriculture this year, the members of the Parliament spoke enthusiastically. Among them, there was a Misapi member from Udi who spoke on behalf of many people. This old man had also experienced the great drought in southern Italy more than 20 years ago. Unlike the Greeks, the Misapis did not have a prosperous sea trade. Could they buy food everywhere, and could even colonize other places, so he saw many Misapis starve to death in front of him. So far, he had not heard of any Misapis starving to death in this drought that was no less severe than the one that happened more than 20 years ago. So far, he had not heard of any Misapis starving to death. Therefore, he was so excited that he loudly praised the kingdom's disaster relief, which resonated with many people. Of course, there were also people who expressed concern. Although the drought has ended, the domestic food supply is getting more and more tight. Now that the war has broken out, can the domestic food supply last until this year's autumn harvest? Note, the Assembly of Hundreds was one of the 3 major citizen assemblies in Rome. At this stage, it was the highest level of the citizen assembly. The Assembly of Hundreds, formed according to property and class, could only have one opinion, and according to the status of the Assembly of Hundreds, they would vote in descending order. When the proposal received more than half of the support, the voting would immediately end. Often, the Assembly of Hundreds at the back would not have the opportunity to vote, and most of them were composed of commoners. The other two were the Curian Assembly and the Tribus Assembly. The Curian Assembly was an assembly that only the clans of Rome could participate in, and the commoners were completely excluded. It had great power during the reign of the king, but at this stage, its power was greatly reduced, but it still handled some matters related to the nobles. At this stage, the Tribus Assembly was only an assembly held by the commoners of Rome according to the tribus they belonged to, and the proposals produced were only valid for the commoners. After 100 years, it would become the main legislative body of Rome. Chapter 719. The Devers sitting on the throne announced loudly, "You don't have to worry about the food problem at all, because Dionia has formed an alliance with Egypt. The Egyptian pharaoh Nectaneb has promised to provide Dionia with a large amount of wheat free of charge until the autumn harvest. The first batch of grain, nearly 100,000 tons, has been delivered by a fleet from Egypt." When the counselors heard the news, they cheered in unison. Their faces were filled with joy. Some even shouted excitedly, "Victory to the kingdom! Victory to the king of the Devers!" They knew that the natural disaster was no longer a threat to the people in the towns and cities of the kingdom of Dionia. In such a festive atmosphere, the Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, began to talk about the military situation of the kingdom last year and the daily military work. He focused on the formation and training of the 11th Legion, as well as the construction of the barracks. He expressed his gratitude to the towns and cities in the Downey region for their active cooperation. Next, he talked about the causes of the two wars that happened last year. From the fact that the Cautini repeatedly violated the covenant and invaded Dionia's ally, the Campanian alliance, to the fact that the Campania messengers came to Turii to ask for help. The Dionia messengers went to Cautini to stop the war, but were rejected. In the end, the kingdom had no choice but to send Legio III to crush the Cautini's attempt to invade the Campanian alliance. Then he talked about the long-term support and aid that the Carthage had given to Rome, the sinister purpose of this move, and Rome's large-scale attack on Wolsey. When Wolsey asked for help, he talked about the reason why Dionia formed an alliance with it and sent troops to support it. He also briefly described the whole process of Wolsey's battle. Helos's main point was at the end. He loudly reminded the people in the hall, because Carthage took the initiative to tear up the friendly agreement with Dionia and declare that if Dionia and Rome go to war, it will declare war on Dionia. And according to intelligence, Carthage is actively preparing for war, so the war with Carthage this year is inevitable. By the time Helos was done speaking, the meeting hall was relatively quiet. After all, most of the counselors from these towns were well informed and kept an eye on the major events that happened in Turin. Moreover, when they arrived in Turin, they would usually visit the senators from the towns to get some information about the meeting in advance. Therefore, they did not blame Dionia for participating in the two wars and the possible war with Carthage. On the contrary, they were more concerned about the impact of the upcoming war on their town. For example, the counselors from Annona and Capsa were worried that once the upcoming war broke the peace between Dionia and its surrounding forces, the Samnites, who had already fallen out with Dionia, would take the opportunity to attack the entire western region of Campania. Although the Legio III had now gone to guard the Campania alliance, they still hoped that the Ministry of Military Affairs could continue to strengthen the defense of this area. The counselors from the Downey region had the same idea. They believed that compared to the well-defended northwestern border of Dionia, the Downey region, which had just been annexed to Dionia, was weak in military power and might become the focus of the Samnese attack. The Ministry of Military Affairs must pay attention to it. The counselors from Sicily were more direct. At this time, the territory of Dionia in Sicily had already begun to mobilize for war. They believed that if Carthage's army attacked, the army in Sicily alone would not be able to withstand it. They hoped that a few more legions could be sent to Sicily. The counselors from Hera and Hebeda brought some suggestions from the Cycle tribe. They hoped to join the kingdom of Dionia and obtain fertile land through the upcoming war. Of course, more counselors from the towns and cities called for a delay in the gathering of the legions to ensure the smooth progress of the spring sowing. Of course, the king of Devers and his ministers did not have to respond immediately to the questions and suggestions of the counselors in the conference hall. The clerks of the conference hall would record their suggestions. These would be the topics discussed by the elders and counselors in the next few days. They would find a solution and form a final proposal. After it was passed by the majority, the king of Devers would sign it and finally form a new bill that would be implemented in the kingdom. It was the first time that the newly appointed elders, Alcibiades and Phaedon, attended the kingdom's council assembly. As Lygium had just been incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, the counselors and protectors of the city council had yet to be elected, let alone elect a representative to attend the assembly. Therefore, the two of them were completely unfamiliar with the process and did not prepare for it. They also witnessed the opening of the assembly with their own eyes. The ministers of the kingdom talked about the work of the various departments in the past year, the questions from the counselors, the heated debates and compromises between the counselors in the following days, and the various proposals that were finally agreed upon. All of these were eye-opening experiences for the two of them, especially Phaedon, who could not help but exclaim, "The people of Dionia have created a great political system that not only facilitates the centralized management of the vast territory, but also satisfies the demands of the various towns and cities to express themselves democratically. How could such a country not become prosperous and powerful?" Alcibiades could not help but say, "It is said that this system was initiated and formulated by my brother-in-law. It is the fortune of the kingdom of Dionia to have such an amazing and wise king. As a relative, Alcibiades could not help but feel proud of Phaedon's compliment. He said excitedly, "Fortunately, we have also become citizens of Dionia." Phaedon said with a straight face, "This is the most correct thing that the people of Lygium have done in the past 10 years. While the counselors were having a heated discussion the next day, the Devers arrived at the council hall of Thurii. Compared to other cities, Thurii had the largest population and counselors, so naturally, the council hall was the largest, able to accommodate 400 to 500 people. The annual assembly of the kingdom's protectors was held here. The Devers made an opening speech, sincerely thanking the protectors for their contributions in maintaining the security, stability, and fairness of the entire kingdom in the past year. Then, the Supreme Inspector Sesta summarized the overall situation of the protectors in exposing law-breaking incidents in various cities and protecting the interests of the people last year. Then, he focused on some bribery cases that they had cooperated with the Ministry of Supervision to solve. Finally, he named and commended 10 outstanding protectors and their outstanding deeds in the past year. The 10 protectors from various cities in the kingdom who had been notified in advance walked to the center of the hall, and the Devers personally put on their Bolton medals. It was a small buckle made of silver and carved into the shape of a snake's head whip. The idea came from a nickname of the protectors. They were called the Whip of the Kingdom by the people, which meant that they supervised and whipped those who broke the law. This was the highest honor that the protectors had received, so when they walked onto the stage, they were all excited to accept the congratulations from the king of the Devers. Unlike the council assembly, the protectors played the leading role in the assembly of the protectors. In the following time, they would go onto the stage and talk about some of the situations, problems, and suggestions in their respective cities. Most of them came from the villages and were more used to discovering and looking at problems from the perspective of the people. This was greatly beneficial for the Devers, ministers, and the Senate to have a more comprehensive understanding of the situation at the grassroots level in the kingdom. Therefore, the scribes would carefully record the speech of each protector, and some of their useful suggestions would be summarized in the Senate for discussion. At the end of the day's meeting, the Devers once again thanked the protectors for their contributions to the kingdom and reminded them that in the new year, there was a high possibility of a major war breaking out in the kingdom. During the time of war, it was very important to ensure the stability of the kingdom. He hoped that the protectors could assist the local officials in managing the place, be vigilant against suspicious strangers, and prevent the outbreak of unrest. At the same time, they also wanted to help the families of the citizens who serve in the army and protect their interests. Whether the whole of Dionia could work together to defeat the enemy depended on their efforts. The words of the Devers made the protectors' blood boil. One by one, they made a promise to the king, and they would bring this promise back to their colleagues in their cities. While the Devers were using the two assembly of the new year to unify the understanding of the people in the cities of the kingdom and prepare for the upcoming war, Cynthia was receiving Adoris, who came to visit her in the mansion of Patroclus on the south bank of the Crati River. She asked the chef to prepare good food and wine for her brother. "Sister, are you sure you don't want to eat some? This fish tastes good," Adonis asked casually as he ate the food. Cynthia touched her belly and shook her head. "I just want to vomit when I see fish and meat now. Mother specially sent a chef to make me dishes suitable for pregnant women. Mother treats you so well." Adoris sighed. "Don't tell me your parents don't treat you well," Cynthia asked in return. Adoris was speechless for a moment and quickly buried her head in her food. Cynthia looked at her and suddenly asked, "You're usually busy with training in the barracks and rarely even go home. Why are you here today? Is there something wrong?" Cynthia's sudden question surprised Adoris. He was obviously not prepared. He stammered, "No, nothing. I just heard that you're pregnant, so I came to see you." Cynthia immediately put on a stern face and put on the airs of a big sister. "I'm your sister. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't beat around the bush. What do you want to say?" Chapter 720. Since he was young, Adoris was most afraid of divers and Cynthia. Seeing Cynthia's unhappy expression, he didn't dare to be long-winded. He took a big gulp of wine and said, "Sis, I want you to go and plead with Mother. Ask her to help me talk to Father and change my army's affiliation to the First Legion. You want to go to Wolsey?" Cynthia immediately understood Adoris's intention after hearing his words. The Ministry of Military Affairs had been treating the wounded soldiers of the First Corps, dealing with the remains of the dead, and comforting the families. They were also selecting reserve soldiers to send to Wolsey to fill the gap in the First Corps. Cynthia knew about it because Patroclus was working in the First Corps. Isn't the First Corps the only one fighting in the kingdom's army? They're short of soldiers. I have nothing to do in Turin, so I can go help your husband Patroclus, Adoris said in a relaxed manner. Your brother-in-law doesn't need your help. Cynthia said straightforwardly. She knew that Adoris didn't have a close relationship with her husband. She was just making up an excuse. Furthermore, the First Legion had suffered heavy casualties in the war in the north this time. Even some of the middle and high-ranking officers had died in battle. Cynthia was terrified when she heard the news. She prayed for Patroclus every day, even hating the fact that she did not have Hades' bloodline and was unable to provide more protection for her husband. However, Cynthia didn't ask her father to transfer Patroclus back to Turin. She knew that as the son-in-law of the king, Patroclus's every move would attract attention. Her father would never agree to her request. Therefore, when Cynthia was worried about Patroclus, her brother volunteered to go to Wolsey, a dangerous place. How could she not be angry? She warned him, Adoris, you have to learn from Crotto. Stay in Turin and don't let your parents worry. I can't compare to little Crow. He can be busy in the Ministry of Military Affairs, but I'm already 21, and I can only hang around Turii every day, Adonis grumbled. That's because Father arranged a few positions in the Ministry of Military Affairs for you, but you didn't want to go. Cynthia reprimanded. It's not like you don't know that I get a headache whenever I see words and numbers. It wasn't easy for me to graduate from school, and I'm best at fighting. I can only use this to win honor for myself, and let those who always look at me with strange eyes know that I, Adoris, am not a person who will only rely on my father's prestige to live a mediocre life. Adoris said excitedly in a loud voice. Cynthia could hear the grievance in his heart from his words. She really didn't expect her brother, who was usually impulsive and reckless, to have such thoughts. She was silent for a moment. A moment later, she looked at Adoris with a little more love in her eyes. She asked softly, "Is this why you went to the household registration department not long ago and changed your name to Marcelli's Adoris? Someone has to carry on our biological father's name," referring to Adoris and Cynthia's biological father, the former consul of Amandolera, Marcelli's. Father also knows about it, and according to Mother, he didn't object. Adonis explained, "At least I can avoid unnecessary attention in the army by using this name. I hope you won't regret it in the future." Cynthia sighed. Indeed, any general or officer who saw the name Devers Adoris on the list of soldiers would probably jump in fright because there was only one family with this surname in the kingdom, so they would naturally pay extra attention to Adoris. Cynthia stared at Adoris's still slightly immature face. It took a lot of courage to abandon this great surname, so it could be seen that Adoris was indeed very determined. Thinking of this, Cynthia said softly, "I will go to Mother and help you persuade her. But I suggest you have a good talk with Father and let him understand what you really think. No matter what, Father has always loved us, and he is worried about our safety. As long as he understands what you really think, I think he will make better arrangements for you." Adoris was silent. Ever since he was young, he had been afraid to meet the Devers. Perhaps it was because he had always had his real father in his heart and did not really see the Devers as his father, so every time he saw the Devers, he always felt guilty. Cynthia saw him hesitate and reminded him, "Actually, you don't have to change the corps you belong to so frequently. Sigh, I heard that there's going to be a war with Carthage soon. I believe that the second corps you belong to will soon be sent to the front line." Adoris's heart skipped a beat, but he said, "Who knows how long the timid Carthage will wait before taking action." The two of them chatted for a while, and Cynthia's personal slave girl appeared at the door of the living room. Cynthia saw her slightly flustered expression and asked, "What's the matter?" The slave girl hurried to Cynthia's side and whispered a few words. Cynthia let out a long sigh after listening. Adoris, there is news from the city of Turii that the Carthage has sent an army to land in Sicily. On the 1st of January, 14th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, 379 BC, the sea from the western end of Sicily to Carthage was bustling. More than 300 warships were divided into two teams and lined up in the coastal waters on both sides of the western end of Sicily to prevent a surprise attack from the Dionysian fleet. The sea between the two fleets was filled with thousands of ships. They had been shuttling between Carthage and Lille since the morning, continuously transporting soldiers, war horses, provisions, and supplies to Sicily. Since the founding of Lille, it had never been as lively and busy as it was today. Many ports were filled with ships, and the docks were full of soldiers going ashore and goods being unloaded. The roads were congested, and there was a lot of noise. Fortunately, Lille was different from the previous Moshe. From the beginning, it existed as a military town of Carthage in Sicily, so its ports and roads were built according to military standards. Even its chief executive had always been a military general instead of an administrative official. In the semi-militarized city of Lilibo, under the command of the Castellan, almost all the people in the city started to move and got busy for the landing of the Carthaginian army. With their efforts, problems were solved one by one, and the entire landing process gradually became smoother. After landing, the troops were quickly taken to the barracks outside Lille. This barracks was built by Margot when he was the supreme military commander of Sicily and recently renovated in Lille. This time, the supreme commander of the Carthage army, Montenegro, and Hanno's son-in-law, Malefio, were in the residence of the governor of Lille, listening to the governor of Lille, Samiri's report on the progress of the army's landing while enjoying wine and food. Lord Samiri, Malefio suddenly interrupted his report and asked, "Haven't they arrived yet?" After Margot was removed from Sicily, Hanno quickly replaced several important colonial cities of Sicily with his own people, and Samiri was one of them. Of course, he knew who the Malefio was referring to. He immediately replied, "We haven't received any news of their arrival yet. General, will they miss their appointment and not come?" Malefio reminded, "Don't worry, Margot is a man of his word. Since he said he would send the army, he will not go back on his word. If they don't come, Lord Hanno will deal with it. We don't have to worry about it," Montenegro said casually. Instead, he focused on the wine in his hand and said, "This wine is mellow and smooth. Where is it from?" "This is Turii wine," Samiri replied a little awkwardly. Samimli answered awkwardly. He thought that Monlatino would be displeased, but the commander in his 50s looked surprised instead. "The wine I've tasted in the past wasn't as good as this one. Could it be that they've improved their winemaking process again?" As he spoke, he raised his glass and took a sip. After carefully tasting the tea, he sighed and said, "It's really different from the past. What a pity. Now that we're at war with Dionia, I guess we won't be able to drink such good wine." Samiri immediately said, "General, since you like this wine so much, I still have a lot of cans with me. I'll ask the servants to send them to the barracks later." Montenegro did not refuse and expressed his gratitude. Malefio saw this and said half-jokingly, "General, when we defeat Dionia, you can directly order the Dionia to send you these cans of wine. Isn't it more convenient?" Montenegro covered his long beard with his hand and laughed. "That's a good idea. However, I heard that the king of Devers has a tough temper. If we want him to obediently send us the wine, we must thoroughly beat up Dionia. Dionia is a powerful kingdom, and this will be a long war. We don't have to be too anxious." While Mondadino was savoring his wine, the they mentioned by Malefio were sitting on a battleship, leading a huge fleet of ships, majestically sailing towards Sicily Island in the northeast direction. "Hasdrubal, I heard that the commander of Carthage's army this time is Montenegro. Are you familiar with him?" Kisego asked. "He's just Hanno's dog." Hasdrubal curled his lips in disdain. He only knows how to randomly criticize the Maginid family in the Senate and curry favor with Hanno. That's why he can become the commander of the army.